Alright, 3 minutes is probably enough time to wait. So hello everybody, to all 3 of the people who have shown up to the stream so far. Happy Monday, a bit of a weird day to be streaming for us, but I'm gonna be doing something a little bit different today. Figure less people are going to be around. I'm not even sure the stream's going to last that long, but we're still going to give it a try and see how it goes. Early on a Monday, no less. What do you mean early? It's only noon. I wake up at 2 p.m. typically. Where is... Hold on, there's a setting I need to set to make sure my computer doesn't overheat and die in 2 minutes. Hello, welcome to the stream. Yes, the glorious, everybody's favorite, Windows notification noise. So, I've set things up off stream. I've also, as you can see in the lower right hand corner, we now have a timer so that if I want to edit down the stream, I can have like a little timestamp that shows how far into it we are. And I have rearranged the cat camera so Durian is far more visible. We're no longer looking up at her. Hi Katie, how you doing? She turned to sort of look at me for a second there. Durian, long time no see. She's a good kitty. Hey yo. Hey kitty. I got her a cat bed the other day and put it on top of my computer and got a webcam and didn't get a good angle to record her, and then I realized, you know what, I can just tape the web camera to the wall. Got a stream at the beginning? Yeah, that you did. We're just getting started. I guess I should actually like start playing the game, but we're just getting started here on a little challenge run. And we're gonna see if we can beat the game today. And immediately we get to everybody's favorite black screen of doom, where the game's loading. Oh, there we go. There's the audio. There's the spinny thing. We're in. Donk. Hello, Jors. Welcome, welcome. Do I need to do any last minute preparation? I don't think I do. I deleted the locomotive here. Did I delete the locomotive here? I did, okay. I guess I did forget to do one thing. I forgot to change the name of the equipment so that it would match the new railroad name. I might have to delete everything and buy this equipment to start this up. Is this Lunar Ridge? Yes, it is. It's the the Central Atlantic and Union, which was originally actually going to be the railroad we're playing today, the Lone Oak Southern. But one thing led to another, and I just never did the Lone Oak Southern to begin with. You know what? I'm gonna swap out the equipment here. I'm gonna cheat in some money. 5, 6. Extended. I could say that they bought it from the Central Atlantic and Union, but also I could just cheat in the money and buy the equipment myself. Because I've already cheated in money anyways. How much would this be? 275 plus 250 plus 250. 2425. Submit. Perfect. Okay, cheating is done. What qualifies as beating the game here? Delivering refined oil to the freight depot? Yes. But I also have an additional challenge. Because, you see, I've cheated, now 2 times, but I cheated to buy that really big locomotive we have, and I'm supposed to repay that quote-unquote loan by the end of the stream here. That is not what I thought I copied and pasted. Are we beating the game in one stream today? We're not doing a speed run, because if this was a speed run, I would have had to, what was it? Sorry, brain, 1 second. If this was like a speed run, I would have had to build the tracks today. All the tracks here are pre-built. I have them all already. But yes, I am aiming to beat the game in a single session. All industries are empty. And we're only going to start with 5 cars. Find it funny that the cat cam is blocking like half the screen. Lone Oak Southern Transit. 1 full car of oil barrels? No, I just need to deliver oil barrels. It doesn't matter if it's 1 full car or not. Preferably, yes, it would be, but I'm not expecting it to be. So this is going to be car number 20. So what does Superintendent Kitty have you doing today? Teleporting bread? Here's the engine if anybody wants a good look at it, by the way. It's a little bit chunky. Hi, Kitty. Do you need something? Hi, you. Hey, Kitty. It sounds like somebody's at the front door. I think my father is. Oh no, cat has moved. Very sad, yes. This is the worst moment in history, in gaming history. The cat has, in fact, moved. So, I'm teleporting all the cars down to the freight depot just to add a little extra challenge to this. Because if I'm going to be starting with an insanely fast locomotive, I might as well start on the complete opposite side of the map from where I need to start, just to make things interesting. And not doing that shunting puzzle. I did it yesterday. Off camera, admittedly, but I did it. The main reason is because I want to have the train start from the freight depot just to, again, give myself like a little bit of a buffer and more of a challenge. I'm going to start at the freight depot, and I'm going to end at the freight depot. The cat has left possible warning signs of things to come. I got my Ethernet cable working, so I think that should fix the problem. But I mean, that's why we're doing this challenge run, is to stress test it and make sure that everything's doing A-okay. Okay, there's no link back there. So for the court record, by the end of this playthrough, I need $5,375 of pocket change. Because that's how much it costs to buy this locomotive and the caboose. And that's kind of the entire point of the challenge run. We have a very big, very fast, very powerful locomotive, and a loan we need to repay by the end of stream. And I'm only going to be able to visit the freight depot one time. I can visit anywhere else any number of times, but the freight depot... Oh, I didn't link that? Weird. But the freight depot, in particular, turntables can't reverse locomotives. At least not very easily. It's going to be a pain in my side. And so I can hypothetically visit here and leave later, but... in general, when we return to the freight depot, I'm only going to return one time. You should give just Clyde the password to stress test his computer. There is no password, because this world is not multiplayer. What map is this? I believe it's in the description. There should be a link to it. It's the tier, not the tier bridge. This is the Central Atlantic and Union's track diagrams, slightly modified to make this stream easier on myself. And it's just a version of Luna Ridge. Alright, everybody. Are we ready to start the challenge run? Are we ready to rock and roll? I assume by setting the player cap to 1? Yes. So technically it's still multiplayer, but... Alright. And... let's... let us begin. What is this challenge? So, I'm playing on a map where every industry is already connected. And if you look in the description of this video, there's a couple of rules. If I turn this into a video, I'll put the rules on screen now and explain them one by one. But it's a modified version of Steel Pegasus, where I'm basically the only difference is I'm allowed to buy this locomotive. And by the end of the stream, I need to have run oil barrels to the freight depot and to have repaid the loan that I bought this engine with. For those of you wondering, the loan is $5,375. The most multiplayer, unfriendly multiplayer map. Actually, that is a good question. How do you design a multiplayer, unfriendly multiplayer map? Like, the game, obviously, making it so that only one person can join, but that's like hosting, so... Is motion blur on? I don't believe so. Let me check. Yeah, motion blur's off. Work Wi-Fi sucks real bad. Oof. Oof. It's like making a Minecraft house that's only 2 blocks high. It's playable, but no one wants to join you. Even better, make a Minecraft house that's 1 by 1 block. Didn't Mumbo Jumbo do that once or something? Like he made a house where you could access literally everything. When's the 1440p monitor coming? Thursday is the earliest estimate. Referring to when your drivers are going so fast that they are super blurry. Well, see, Dak, one of the things is, this save, I'm getting a stable 60 FPS. Yay, now FPS will be less and game will be pretty. On Thursday. God, I really... It's gonna be a trip to see how bad my frame rate gets when I get my 2K monitor. It'll be fun. E. Now that my PC isn't on fire, it gets 80 plus, no problem when I was online. If I had to guess, it'll drop to 30 to 45. Maybe. It was sitting at around 50 on the Central Atlantic and Union when I was running yesterday. Like, when everything was idle. I mean, when everything was idle, it was sitting at 70, but... Do you have any boxcars stashed anywhere? I believe there are 6 vanity cars on the map. I'm not allowed to use them. They're just there for looks. And one of them is a boxcar, one of them is a stock car. Hi, Kim. She's coming back. The cat has returned. Hey. Oh, I don't want you drinking my water. I also don't want you playing with those cords. Kitty. Oh, please don't go back there. Please don't go back there. Oh God. Well, I have accepted my fate. I kind of forgot a very important piece of information. And the cat was in the way, so I didn't see it till it was too late. We're off to a great start this stream. Hi, kitty. A spline or two? It's only one spline. Hi, kitty. Hey. That's a fender bender. Oh, I don't want you going back there. I'll be going up here. Oh, she hit the escape key. Oh boy. The cat leaving was a warning sign? No, the cat coming back was a warning sign. She got in my way, I didn't notice the problem. Oh my god, how'd the tender get over there? Wow, okay then. Oh, is it because I placed the spline and that made everything blow up? That might have been why. Actually, hold on. Anyways, how's everybody's day going so far? How y'all doing? How's this Monday morning treating y'all? Has the spring weather hit you yet? It's been in the 80s here lately, so I'm skipping spring apparently. Yeah, we had spring weather for a little bit. It is now like 90. Where's my box car? I can't get past the ironworks if I don't have one. It's something that we're going to buy as we play the game. That's part of the challenge, is that I don't have all the equipment right now. And that I'm going to have to purchase it. And so by the end of the stream, I need to be able to repay my loan and also have purchased enough cars to complete the game. Further increasing my loan? Not really. That was one heck of a flip. Whoa. We're not so much increasing the loan as we're using the money that we already have. Or the money we make from doing trips. I planned everything out a few months ago, but that was with a cook coal rather than a cook consolidation. And it was like you needed to do 6 round trips before you complete the game. And, but because we're not doing the cook coal and instead we're doing the cook consolidation, it's gonna be a little bit longer than 6 trips. I think it's gonna be 7. Also, this isn't just a regular speed run. I am only ever allowed to carry 8 cars on my train. So if you ever think, why am I not carrying more cars? Yeah, I'm banned from carrying more cars, that's why. Gotta go look at the actual rules. I forgot to put up the goal in the rules. That's my bad. But yeah, that would probably be a good idea to make sure you know what's going on. Speed runs involve doing things optimally and breaking the rules. That's why it's not a speed run. If we were doing a speed run, there's this really nasty glitch, Gordon. That's where you can actually just teleport the train cars anywhere on the map. And so in order to beat the game, all you need to do is just like place down these little teleport houses, like this red house here that you click on the map on, and then you just like load the car at one place, then you teleport to the next one and load it at another. It's really stupid. I mean, that's how we assembled the train here a moment ago. We teleported the cars from this spawn area we're at now to where we began the run at. Also, we have spent like 10 minutes fixing my mistake. Instant transmission. Perhaps make another rule: every re-rail costs money. Not the biggest fan of that. That is an interesting idea, but I think I'll be fine. Getting more debt, the true American dream. Student loans, everybody. My favorite. Alright, we're back on the road. Oh god. YouTube? Hello? Okay. It just was buffering on my preview, and I got very spooked for a second there. I'm like, did it happen again? Did we have the issue? What happened? Excuse me. Trains derailing and adorable kittens. What more could you ask from a stir stream? I don't know. Conversation. And also complaining about the Uintas and how bad they are. At least 4 different materials to the depot. Refined oil is definite. What's typically extra? Typically, I believe what I had originally calculated was it was going to be beams, refined oil, tools, and then there was a 4th one that I don't remember. It might have been iron ore? Did somebody already mention the Uinta? No, nobody's mentioned the Uinta yet this stream. We are currently Uinta complaints free. Currently. It's not gonna last. Do you want the winter? Rails or rails. That was the one. Because we're gonna have such a massive excess of rails by the end of this. And they're $250 a car. They're good money. Only 21,000 pounds attractive. Yeah, the 21,000 pounds is a lot more reasonable than the 44,000 of the Uinta. It's still a bit overkill, but it's not quite as frustratingly overkill, you know? A lot of stake flats on the final train, then? Is it a lot of stake flats? It would be at least, at minimum 2, because you have beams, you have rails. Triple head the Ruby Basin, Lord. Gotta have that 27 a mile an hour chonky little dudes. Speaking of which, the Ruby Basin is actually kind of why I chose this locomotive for the live stream. Because, the Ruby Basin is just better. It's slightly stronger, it's $300 cheaper, it's faster, it runs on coal power, so it never runs out of, steam. And this engine is still really nice. I really like the way it looks, but like, since the Ruby exists, nobody uses it anymore. It's kind of a shame. You should actually deck ahead in the border. The Ruby Basin is objectively the best well-rounded engine in the game. Yes, it really is. Like, you could argue the Glenbrook is too, and I think there's a debate to be had there. But once you're trying to get into the more powerful engines, Ruby Basin is just the best if you're looking at it from an objective standpoint. It's so good. Oh, also, for the record, daytime is 30 minutes, nighttime is 15. So once we hit around the 30-minute marker, we will return to daylight. I can't post YouTube links in chat, right? You can, but YouTube will stop you. I'm not going to. I like having people add YouTube links to the discussion, but YouTube always bans them. And shadow bans them, too. It looks like the post goes through, but it doesn't actually, so... Now, what would make this challenge more painful is if you were only using shays. That was actually the original plan. I did the math. This map originally started with 2 shays and 2 way cars, because this was originally Luna Ridge. And so I'm like, well, why don't I just keep those and double head the shays? And the reason is because it was going to be so painfully slow, dude. Oh my god, it would have been horrible. Love the addition of the cat cam. Yeah, she's a good kid. Hey. Hey, kid. Hey. I had to get some thermal paste for my computer, and while I was at Best Buy, I'm like, you know what? Screw it, let's get a webcam. Let's get one just so I can record my cat. Because there was a PetSmart literally next door to the Best Buy, and I'm like, I'll stop off at the Best Buy, I'll give myself the extra RAM, the webcam, the, what's the third thing? Right, the thermal paste. And then I'm like, well, let's stop off at PetSmart and let's see if they have a cat bed. And they did. It was like $18 or something, and it fits perfectly on top of my computer. You know, this camera angle doesn't quite look as impressive. Just saying. When you can't actually see the train, it doesn't really make much of a difference. It fits perfectly. Hey, kitty. Hey, don't worry about it. Somebody just made a pun in chat about you. Is that the stuffed brand bed? I don't think so. I can check the brand, maybe. Oh no. I hope that's not picking up on stream. I'm glad you mentioned thermal paste. I need to get some for a PC I'm building out of old parts tomorrow. See, the funny thing about the thermal paste is like, oh, I forgot the thermal paste, I need to go buy it. And then as soon as I pulled out my fan to assemble my PC, I realized it came with thermal paste, and I'm just an idiot. So that metallic banging might be our doom. Emphasis on might. See, Explain to me why the Badum Kitsch reminded me of the Ace Attorney stream with a pen. See, I have a mechanical pencil right here. So that noise, it might be the concrete repair guys. My father got some people over to repair the sidewalk and completely relay it. And if that's who it is, and they're coming in today, well, we're gonna see how well the noise canceling works on OBS, and if that doesn't work, we might just have to end stream early and come back another time and redo the challenge tomorrow, honestly, or something like that. Because I don't know how loud they're going to be, but they might be so loud that it's unbearable. Yeah, so there's the vanity cars, by the way. I don't know if you saw them for a second there, but... How loud do you want your background noise? Yes! I wonder if they're going to use a jackhammer or a piece of equipment to tear the concrete up, because that'll be a very different noise level. Yeah, I wonder too. I don't know. But I guess you and I, we're all going to find out together. Break out the subwoofer and play the sounds in your room? God. Horrible idea. I love it. Oh, I guess I should probably take a second to explain to those of you who weren't here, or who didn't see it on the Discord. We think we figured out why the stream crashed a couple of times yesterday. It's because I was using Wi-Fi instead of Ethernet. And so that's kind of what we're testing, is making sure that the, seeing how the Ethernet changes everything, hopefully for the better. So, if the stream ever has any trouble, let me know. That can cause a lot of issues depending on your Wi-Fi connection / provider. We have CenturyLink and we have fiber optic. And the difference is pretty measurable. Like, if you're using the Wi-Fi, you get 50 up, 50 down, which, you know, respectable, very good. With Ethernet, or with, I guess, is a Cat 5 cable, or a Cat 6 cable, or whatever, you get 1,000 up and down. It's a pretty notable difference. But I have Windstream. I've never heard of Windstream personally. Oh, another thing that might have affected the stream yesterday was also I was using a Bluetooth headset. I'm using it today. It's very nice to have. It's very good to have. But also, it takes up a little bit of the bandwidth, you know? My guard kitty is keeping an eye out for me, it seems. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I got the cat bed where it is right now, because the window's right there, and the window is, my father likes to call it cat TV, because that's basically what it is. Hey, you. She gets to see the outside world and have a lot of fun. And be a cat. Also, we're 30 minutes into the challenge, and we haven't even loaded one car. We're doing great. What are you talking about? No, I'm gonna send it full send. Teleport ahead. This is a little bit of a risky move, but it'll work out. One of the Windstream employees flushed half a burrito down the toilet, but threw away the what? Huh? What is that supposed to mean? I thought we were talking about Wi-Fi. Where'd the burrito come from? To fix the pipes from the... Oh, okay. Fixing pipes from their employees. There you go. Also, I just realized something. You know that timer that we have in the lower right-hand corner? Yeah, that thing is actually kind of like a clock that lets us know how long it's going to be until night falls. And so at the 1 hour mark, that's when night will fall next. Basically down to the second. So it's kind of a cool little thing. Out of curiosity, how long do you think this challenge will take? I don't know, honestly. if the regular Central Atlantic Union is any is any show, it's going to take multiple days, and we're not going to beat it in one stream. But I'm hoping it'll take around 8 hours, which is admittedly a very long time, but if we can beat the game in 8 hours, I'd be kind of impressed, honestly. So because of the turntable issues, I did add in a fake Y, or like a very bad Y over here, just for the court record. Handbrakes on. Those cars are hunting like mad on those curves. Yep, that they are. It's a little bit insane, but they didn't derail, so I'm happy. Got my fair share of war stories from Windstream. That's a sentence you don't read every day. Donk. Oh god. Okay, we didn't derail. Mostly. Kind of. Note to self, do not bonk those bumpers. just a little mental note there to make. The stream isn't on. When I get home, I know what happened. I was gonna ask if speed derailing was a thing in this yet. The answer is yes. We're missing a caboose. I'm surprised nobody mentioned that or noticed that, but we have to go back down the mountain for a moment here. And here I was hoping that you hadn't made the track long enough. Hey, I'm smart enough. I know my track lengths. Didn't see the back for a while with how you had the camera. That's fair, that's fair. Neither did I, so, where the heck did this thing come off the tracks? Oh, there it did. Note to self, this curve, don't go around it too fast. I'm not surprised it derailed on this curve. We were going 25 miles an hour, up a 3%, around a 25-meter radius. Give me... Why can't I get in? There we go. Also, excuse me, I burped. I don't know if that caught on stream, but... Ah, yes, spicy curve is best curve. Very true. I can confirm. Why did it come off the tracks a second time? What? It's gotta be a long day. Link in. Back up the hill. Okay, so that specific part of the curve, the caboose just really hates. The bobber caboose also derails really easily on curves, or just in general. It's always had trouble. So the fact that it's derailing now isn't much of a surprise. It is an annoyance, but not a surprise. I downloaded your Lunar Ridge map. I spawned in some skeleton cars, and they were terrible coming down the track. I haven't had any problems with the skeleton cars so far. Admittedly, I haven't run them since the new update came out, but in general, they've been pretty good. Is that intentional, or the bobber just buggy? I believe the bobber is just buggy. Cat cam, cat cam.
Hey yo. Okay.
Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. They kept derail. See, the thing is, I don't really run them at many high speeds, so for the skeleton cars, I would just run them. I would run the Shay at full brake, full regulator. And that usually got the job done. That was a little bit of a voice crack there. But I'm still on UE4, and even at slow speeds it keeps happening. Weird, because I've never had any trouble with them. Donk. Oh god, we derailed the tender. How many times are we going to derail this tender? Or derail things in general? We've had 2.5 derailments this stream so far. Hey Smokey, we're doing good so far today. We've had 2 derailments. One which was entirely my fault. One which was partially my fault. There's concrete workers outside working on the sidewalk. We might have to worry about them eventually. I'm not sure. Why can't I re-rail this tender? Thank you. There we go. And we are testing the Wi-Fi to make sure that everything's going good, because we had some trouble earlier. Or yesterday, I should say. With the Wi-Fi getting goofed, and the stream deciding to die like 7 times. Alright, let's check handbrakes. And so today, we're doing a bit of a challenge playthrough. We're having a little bit of fun. And I honestly don't think we're going to beat the challenge playthrough, but it's worth a try. It's worth a try. I'd like to order an order of derailments and a side of janky physics to go, please. Where is it going? Is it going to the moon? Because if you want that, we'll just yeet a train to space. You gonna put any lights on the bobber? It would help if you lost it again. I don't think it would really help because the render distance for the lights is horrible. And the bobber caboose likes flipping upside down, so you can't even see the lights when you lose it, so... It's helpful in darkness, admittedly. If you're passing the bobber caboose and there's no lights, then you'll know that there's a problem, but... I'll put on some lights just for vanity. I'll do that. Knew it flipped a lot when it derailed, but didn't know about the render distance. Yeah, the render distance is painful. Hi, kitty. Hey, you. How you doing? She knocked over one of the plushies. And now she's sitting on my keyboard. Hey, kitty. Hey, you. Now she's sitting on my phone. Durian. Alright, she's no longer sitting on my phone. We're safe. We're not gonna die. God, the braking power on this thing is kind of difficult when you're going full speed. Not gonna lie. Now we just have to sit and wait around, do nothing. Might as well ask it again. How's everybody doing today? How y'all doing? One final load, and then we highball out of town after we grab the caboose, but let's roll. Doing good, doing fantabulous. That's good, that's good. We're an hour into the stream, and we're about to start the first run of the day. This game takes forever sometimes. I mean, I did derail twice, and had to relay an entire spline, but whatever. Bonk. Brakes off. Alright, who's ready for the caboose to derail a second time? Because I'm not. I really don't want it to, but it's probably going to. Calling it here. Do a kickflip, oh god. Hello, Red. Welcome to the stream. It's fine. At least I'll get some loads delivered. I've seen a few people say that engine brakes work better when you're not flat spotting the drivers. So have I, but I haven't personally noticed much difference. I'll try it, but noon to 8:30 is a perfect shift as far as you're concerned? Interesting. That's a pretty reasonable shift. Got a bit of morning to do what you want. Oh! I see. How can you accurately test if flat spotting is worse or better or not? Using extended. I know you just said that it would be hard to use extended, but extended makes it way easier if you're using the gamepad extension, because you can set it up so you have two controllers controlling two locomotives, and one button sets the brakes to 95% while another one sets it to 100, and you just have one engine test at 95% and one engine test at 100%, and bam, you've got yourself a simple way to figure it out. You hit the buttons at the same time after the trains start at the same time, because you can set it up so they both start at the same time too. Down very similar tracks, and you see which one stops first. Because that gamepad plugin is a complete game changer in single player or testing worlds. I did not know you could dual controller things. Well, you'll need two controllers, obviously, to make it work, but... Lincoln pin... Apparently, this mountain just does not like having your trains go fast. This is like the first time I've ever actually seen cars derail due to overspeed. I'm kind of impressed, at least on this new update. Wait, it was 4. Three. 3. I feel like at this rate we're probably not going to complete the challenge run. Have they fixed the iced turntable? Yes, but they also kinda messed it up still. Had we known him in advance, or had we known in advance, he should have set up a derail counter. I mean, I can set one up. It would take a few minutes, but... Donation goal, set up a derail counter at $5. Now, the good news is that once we get back on the main line, we're not going to derail anymore. The main line is so good for this stuff, you know? They're so good for this stuff. What am I saying? I'm tempting fate by saying the main line is 2% uphill and downhill, 70-meter minimum radius. Hi, kitty. Hey, you. How you doing? Doing all right? Is she gonna jump up? Is she going to go back to the cat spot? Is she going to try and drink my water again? Hey, you. you doing, kitty? Doing all right? We do have a better angle for the cat cam. The problem is the cat is not in the cam right now. Hey. How you doing? Ah, we can throw the switch. That'll be fine. No Lincoln pin. Oh no. No, kitty, I don't want you drinking the water. Go up here. That's okay, but I don't want you drinking my water. There we go. Kitty. Cat cam. We're not going to have enough speed to make that. Also, is it just me, or have those concrete workers not made too much noise today? Like, I was mentioning that they might be problematic, but so far they've been okay. They've been reasonable. I haven't heard anything aside from that weird metal clanking noise. Haven't heard the concrete guys once at all. Yeah, exactly. Like, what? They're here. I know they're here. But, they're not doing much of anything right now, it seems. Or at least they're quiet. Which I appreciate. I'm very grateful that they are. Maybe it's the calm before the storm. Don't jinx it! Oh god, PayPal, what a... Huh? Oh boy, I have to check something real quick. No, I don't want to download this stupid app, I don't care. It seems like everything nowadays wants you to sign up or download something. It's annoying. Yep. It seems somebody's disputing a Ko-Fi donation from a few streams ago. Which is weird. Especially because PayPal took some of the money, and they're still taking all of the money from me. Not exactly sure what's going on there. Gonna have to look into that after stream. Actually, I could probably dispute it now. Chat's quiet enough. And we're just gonna hit the road at full speed, so... I'll fix this once I get the train running. Oh, I forgot to delete the passenger train. Oops. Oh well. That's okay. I'll have to fix that in the future. Gotta take a screenshot so I can attach it to the everything. Sorry about that weird little noise. Random question, but am I into model rareting? A little bit. I've got myself a decent N gauge collection and a small Z's gauge collection. Doesn't the passenger train have a boxcar you could use? Hypothetically, yes, but in practice, no. There's a couple of vanity cars strewn throughout the map that I could use, but I'm not touching them. I'm not going to be doing any of that. Oh, actually, there is a model rareting video on the channel already. It's for a Z-gauge micro layout, but so it's a little bit weird. But if you want to see some model rareting I've done, you can check that out, I guess. Sir didn't just take out the training wheels today. He likes a hole in his tires for an extra challenge. At this rate, the hole in my tires might mean that we have to do multiple streams, though, which is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Alright, do we still have our caboose? We do. Multiple streams is okay. More content equals more chaos. I mean, more fun. It does equal more chaos, but not necessarily in a good way. Because if you stream too much, you'll just burn out, you know? And this is, in a way, work, and I'm just sort of doing it for free. It's kind of hectic. Cat cam, cat cam. We got ourselves a webcam yesterday. Actually, it was on Saturday I got the webcam, but we got it for yesterday's stream, and I made it better for this one. Because yesterday it was in a pretty bad location, but now it's in a good location, and everybody can see the cat in all her sleepy glory. We don't want me to burn myself out. Yeah, it is kind of important to make sure that I don't immediately burn out of streaming. Fortunately, so far, it's just been generally entertaining, so... All's been well. Is this a speedrun challenge? It is a speedrun challenge. It's not quite the same one that I was planning and like I was gonna hype up a little bit. Because this is like... I have a loan to repay, and I have to complete the map on the Central Atlantic and Union. Or at least beat the game on the Central Atlantic and Union track map. So far, we are an hour and 30 minutes into the stream, and we haven't even completed one run up and down the line. It's a little bit pathetic. The bright side is you don't have to edit streams. Yeah, about that. Originally, this was gonna be a video, so I might have to edit down the stream. It depends on what I plan on doing with all this. But God, if this goes on for 8 hours straight, this is going to be a headache to edit down into something reasonable. Like I'm a brand new railroad on existing track? Yeah, exactly. We're running the Lone Oak Southern Transit, also known as the Lost. And I have rebuilt a little bit of the trackage. Not much, but I added in Ys at a bunch of locations, just so we can turn around the train better. Because, you know, turntables suck. I hope I got my energy drinks and snacks at the ready. I don't drink energy drinks, but I do have snacks. I have graham crackers. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, the turntables, they're not slippery, but they're really annoying to turn around right now for one reason or another. It's painful. Because in order to turn around a train, you have to hit the brakes on it, and then turn the turntable slightly. The train stays in place, but as soon as you undo the brakes, the train will update to the correct location. But if you make the update too big of a jump, the train just derails. It's really stupid. From our perspective, the kitty was just given a bunch of iron ore. She has been drenched. Ran a 16-car long scenic passenger train on the Central Atlantic and Union the other day just for fun. It was a passenger service only, and I had to stop at all the trackside stations. Honestly, I love the trackside station stuff. Like, spacing them out is a little bit tricky, and I don't think I did a perfect job here. But having to stop at every station along the route, oh my god. Passenger services, surprisingly fun. No, we do have the passenger train on this world, but I'm probably not going to run it. Because it feels a bit cheesy to have 6-way cars, a box car, and a non-standard rule for getting money in order to beat the game this session, so... Now, if they would just add actual passenger service, it would be fun. I wish they would, but... Even if they just added passenger cars, honestly, like, the creativity of the community works wonders, you know? Kind of think that running a passenger would be fun, but also a waste of time. Yeah, exactly. Like... It would be fun, but we've got so much freight to run to get in one day, but... So it's not really worth it in this playthrough. Especially if we actually want to beat the game in one go. Of course, that's a bit of a pipe dream. I honestly doubt we're gonna do that, but... We can dream about pipes. Baggage at the back. That's an interesting choice. I'm not sure I've seen that on, like, modern trains, but I'm not sure I've seen it on other kinds recently. Alright, hit the brakes. Because we need to go this way. I was basing it on the modern Amtrak layout, honestly. Yeah, modern Amtrak does that all the time. In the olden days, the baggage cars were like almost always the front. It was like railway, post office, baggage, coach, sleeper, parlor. That would be a sort of standard consist. Six cars of first class, though. That's an interesting one. Oh, then again, I guess they only usually have like one car less. The modern Amtrak consists are really interesting because some of them split in half. Like, isn't there that one that goes to... There's one in the northeast and there's one in the northwest. The Empire Builder in the northwest, obviously, because I live here. I know that one. Oh man, we're looking at a small error in how much money we have. $404. Darian just turned her head very suddenly. She noticed something. She's looking at the camera right now for some reason. What counts as beating the game is delivering the final product to the freight depot. So, for our context, we have two goals. Beating the game is one of them, and for us it is we need to deliver at least one oil barrel to the freight depot. This is an any percent, not a like, I guess 25%? I don't know. So we just need to deliver one load. Not a full car. But on the flip side, we also have to worry about repaying the loan, because we purchased this engine with by cheating in the money, and I want to make sure I have the money by the end of the stream to repay the loan for that locomotive. The freight cars, those aren't part of the loan. I actually bought all of them using the starting $2,000. But the engine and caboose, those needed a little extra money. So that's the goal. $404, those are rookie numbers. You gotta boost those numbers up. I really do, man. I really do. We're looking at $484. And with that money, we are going to head to spawn. Money not found. Honestly, I'm gonna let this train run on its own, and I'm gonna throw these switches so I don't forget to do it later. $404, money not found. $484, money found again. Alright, now all we need to do is sit right here and take a picture of the train as it passes by. Here she comes. Oh, it didn't take a picture. God dang it. Oh well. Cue the runaway theme from Thomas and Friends. I mean, life is a lot easier for catching runaway trains when you just have the ability to teleport yourself. Oh, I hear the concrete, guys. I don't know if you guys can, but it doesn't sound too bad. You can't hear him? Good, 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 good. Always reassuring when you cannot hear the loud, annoying people out back. The low rumble, I think, is my computer fan. So... She's looking through the blinds to look out the window. Wonder if the in-game thunderstorm would be louder than them? Probably. I mean, it's in-game, so... Kitty is making sure they also do a good job. True. Very true. So for those of you wondering what we're doing here, we're picking up an extra car. Because the sooner you make more money, the more money you're making, you know? Like, I know it's a silly statement to say, but... The whistle sounds different. Did that get updated? Yes. They seem to have added a filter in the latest update. That makes it a little... It's a little weird. Some engines have been completely altered. Like the Ruby Basin got completely changed. And not for the better, in my opinion. Like, I hate the Ruby Basin because it's just the best engine in the game, and everybody runs it, and it's so tiring to see, but, like, the new whistle, I feel sorry for it. It's just so pathetic. By the way, we're running this engine because the Ruby Basin outclasses it so much, and I kind of want to give it a little bit of love. Because it's a really beautiful engine. It's pretty, it runs fast, it's got good power. But the Ruby Basin just says, no, screw that. I'm going faster than you, and I have slightly more attractive effort, I am cheaper, and I'm cool, so more people like me. I wonder if Heisler got changed too. It's one of my favorite whistles. Of the... what is it? I think there were 4 whistles that we found were unchanged. And those were the Climax, the Heisler, the Tweetsy, and the 10 Mile. Everything else has changed. So Heisler should be good. I haven't tested this myself. I can't vouch for it. But I can tell you I believe it's still fine. The Cook 280 is your second fave in the game. What's your first fave, then? If this is only second place. Okay, hold on. Well, let's buy that car while we're here. Okay, so this is gonna be LOLOST. It's going to be car number 6. Order. The Tweetsy, just a beautiful engine in my opinion. Also love the modern headlight. I do like the Tweetsy for its looks, for its headlight. It's a very pretty engine. I, of course, also kind of dislike it because it's just overpowered. It's so powerful. It's so fast, but... at least it's not the Ruby Basin, so you don't see it literally every 2 seconds, which is kind of surprising, because you'd expect you'd see it 2 seconds, because it's just so good, even if it's expensive, but... oh, kitty. Hold on. Ah, sorry, I knocked my microphone. I actually love using the Class 70. Interesting. Honestly, I'm thinking of making a version of the game rules where basically you have, like, the Class 70 is the best engine, because like, it feels kind of silly to say that I'm specifically banning the Tweetsy and the whatchamacallit, the other engine, Ruby Basin, but... does the PC still run well with the cat bed on it? It does. It runs generally well. I'm getting 60 FPS. The recording drops sometimes. The temperature is a little bit high right now, which is concerning, but... like a no-coal playthrough? No-coal could be interesting, but the only problem is that bans 2 engines that I think are pretty reasonable. It bans the 10 Mile and the, And the whatchamacallit. What's the other one? Cook coal. The cook coal. A little bit is 85 degrees on the graphics card and 80 on the CPU. Computer's saying that those are okay levels, but looks a little sketchy. The coal cook, yes, exactly, the coal cook. What was I gonna say about it? Something about the coal engines. Something about the locomotive power. Who knows? Brain doesn't work. That's okay. Yeah, the coal engines are nice engines. It's just the Tweetsy and the Ruby Basin are a bit overpowered. Because the reason... the coal cook is another one I've been using quite a bit. Looks great, and it makes a great core trade. It looks amazing. I love the coal cook. It is a beautiful engine, even if it's a little bit slow. The only reason I didn't go for it here is because I kind of need the speed if I want to beat this in a single playthrough, but those two are very strong. Exactly. Yes, I don't want to hang coal engines entirely, but the thing is, back before the Tweetsy was added, there was a really good balance of locomotives in the game. When you got to the higher power levels, you had a choice. Did you want to go for the fast but less powerful engine with the one that we're running now, the Cook Consolidation? Do you want to have a really powerful but kind of slow engine in the Climax, or do you want to have a mixture of both in the Class 70, where you have a little more power and a little less speed, but still a reasonable, well-rounded locomotive? And then the Tweetsy came out and it's like, hey, I'm basically just slightly weaker than a Climax, but I go like 3 times as fast. Oh god, well, this didn't work according to plan. And so that's the main reason I'm considering putting up the rules. Also, just to spite people. Still on UE4, so speed caps is still a thing, so the coal cook is just so much fun to use without getting into much trouble. That is the one benefit of UE4 is the speed caps are still in place, so you have a reason to run the slower engines. How much longer will I be streaming? That is a good question. I honestly don't know. Do I need to have like a donation goal up where I will continue the stream if we meet the donation goal every so often? That would be a really funny donation goal. Hey, Bear Jangles, that's going good. It's getting a little loud. They're doing some concrete work on the sidewalk outside. But we have a cat webcam, and you can see that she is currently looking at... Well, okay, you can't see her head, but I swear her head is off the camera, just barely. She's currently monitoring the situation and making sure they're doing a good job. For every $1 donated, I have to pet the kitty. That is something... It's a secret donation goal that I'm not telling many people, but if you donate $1, I will pet the cat. funny how most sidewalks are outside. They say the sidewalk outside is of like, oh yeah, we have an indoor sidewalk over here. That's right. It goes through our kitchen. Stir, that is a bad idea, lol. You will never sleep. You are right. I would never sleep. But that's why I would have something where it's like I would double the I would double the price of how much it would cost to stream another hour every hour. So, don't they have that in some northern cities? They might. So I owe you like 5 cat pets. Hey, I didn't have the cat cam at that time. I didn't get the same deal. Like corridors? Maybe. I wouldn't know. I'm not an expert on buildings, so donk. That derailed the tender? Really, game? How do you think the devs will introduce the Class 125 Mudhen? What's the Mudhen? I've never heard of this engine. Class 125 implies that it's a DNRG, but I don't know that engine off the top of my head. Ko-fi me for kitty fluffles. It gets more of the loot than more cash, baby. Basically, the original K-27 built in 1903. I feel like they'd probably just drop it on us out of the blue one day, and Heist would get really hyped for seeing a Dendron Rio Grande engine on the world in the game. It's basically what happened. Now if only Stir could mod his cat into the game. Man, you really gotta get your autocorrect fixed, Betsy. Me anxiously awaiting the addition of anything other than a consolidation. I'm waiting for that 440 they previewed. I'm also waiting for the, I'm waiting for something like an 060 or a 262. I would love one of those sort of mid-sized or small engines. There were some really cool locomotives on the tech tree. And I know the tech tree's old, it's outdated, it probably isn't happening, but like, some of those engines look so good. Excuse me. A prairie and a Mikado. Yes, a prairie and a Mikado, please. Hello, Deranged Shunner. Welcome to the stream. A Forney or a Meyer? I mean, they did have an 044 Forney on the original list. Well, there was a really weird locomotive they had. It was a 6-wheeled geared locomotive. And it had 20,000 pounds of tractive effort, and it was smaller than the Class 48. Or around the same size as it. It was so weird. I think once passenger trains come into the game, we'll get a retool of the Eureka, along with more passenger engines like the T19460 and the Uinta 062T. The Uinta 062T, I feel like, is like the Ruby Basin already. They're very similar. They have almost the same tractive effort and speed. So the T19460, I'm not sure I know that one. Is that like an express engine from the DNRG? I really do hope we get the retool of the Eureka, because people have told me several times that there is a 27-mile-an-hour variant in the game. And, like, if the Eureka could go 27 miles an hour with a new update, it would be, like, actually a viable locomotive. It would be faster than the Glenbrook. Less powerful, sure, but if you could make use of that speed, holy shiza, that thing would be good. Oh, I can turn that off. A Camelback 460. You want a Camelback 460? Jeez. No. I mean, those would be really cool to have on one hand, but also, on the other, there's a reason that they were taken out of service. Do I know German? No, I just know Scheiße. That is the only German word I know. And it's a fun word to say. I 10 out of 10, I approve.
There you go. Okay.
You're okay. I'm not part of the people doing the concrete. The only German I know is 9. I mean, I guess I know that one too. Scheiße, I guess I can say this because, like, who cares? It's just one swear word. Scheiße translates to shit, I believe. He's approved of the shenanigans that I want to do on the CA and U. What shenanigans? Or has he? Let me look. I guess it's in Discord, eh? For that, if you're playing on your own world, you can do whatever the heck you want. And you cannot run a 280 on the Steel Pegasus aside from the Mosca. This is just a modified, version, or modified version of the rules. You can check the description. I made a special rule set for this stream. Alright, Bear. Have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Pet the cat for me. Kitty. There you go. So two 280s pinned together wouldn't count as an articulated, hence the solo loco. Yeah, no, if you're playing by the Steel Pegasus rule set, in my opinion, you cannot buy articulated locomotives with one person and say, oh yeah, no, this was one engine. No, each individual part of that engine counts as one. That's my opinion on the matter. I found an 080. Somebody commented on the last video that there's apparently an 012 out there, which is fascinating. But who would build that thing, you know? Like, what? Are you okay? Do you need help? Do you have brain damage? I mean, I'm sure there's a reason they made the 012. We saw the 010, for instance, but... There's a Mexican 210. Well, there's a lot of 210s out there. The Russian decapod. They were pretty common here in the U.S. around the turn of the century. Pennsylvania's got an 080 and an 010, I think. Clyde actually took a picture of the 010. It's an 010 OT. It was not originally Pennsylvanian. It was originally for another railroad, but eventually it was converted to an 010, or converted to Pennsylvania. Bleh. I love 080s. Something about the proportions just makes them lovable. Same, honestly. I would love to see, I don't think there were any 080s on the narrow gauge, but I feel, or like, not on the old tech tree there weren't. But an 060? That would be really cute. Could you imagine, like, something that's fairly cheap, doesn't have much tractive effort, but looks like a nice, small, narrow gauge mainline engine from the early days? Like the Bell's Gap or whatever it was. I would love that engine. The 010 was chopped to an 080 and then back to an 010 later? Weird. In standard gauge, there were 0880s. Not super common, but still cool. I remember seeing... Do any of you guys play OpenTTD? Because there's a mod for that introduces the Agnes, which is an 0880. The Russian diesel steam. Wasn't there also a British diesel steam locomotive eventually? Or at one point? It didn't work very well, and because it was so far behind, but... Yes, me and Bear installed to play with you. I need to get, like, a dedicated server running, honestly. Because, could you imagine if we had, like, a full playthrough where I would just check back in on the world every now and again and, like, record what I've seen people do and, like, barely build anything myself, but... That would be fun, I think. Kitson Still Diesel Hybrid was a good, but maintenance was a bad cost, and World War II hit like a wall. Yeah, it very much did. And then there was the weirdest steam locomotive that they tried to make in, like, the 1980s. Or whatever. 1970s. And then they're making a steam engine. They're making the T1. The T1 Trust. Oh yes, the Reuben Wells. Yes, that is the name. That is the name. It's on static display. It's at a museum, and it looks pretty cool. I hope they can beat Steam speed record with it. You know that some people in the UK are going to be very angry if we steal the Steam record after hundreds of years, even though it's disputed in the first place that Mallard even was the Steam record up till now. Well, if we stole the Steam record with modern technology, why can't you do the same? You guys have built new Steam engines. I just realized that Steel Pegasus rules you have to rotate on turntable. No, you don't. You can use a Y. The Steel Pegasus rule, specifically, the way it's worded, it bans... It's really confusing. Basically, when reversing a locomotive, if you only use one switch, and that is the only mandatory component for reversing the locomotive, that's illegal. But if there were 3 switches that were required to reverse the locomotive, that's okay. If there were 2 switches, you're doing something wrong. And that's not okay. Mallard might officially hold the speed record, but there were plenty of engines faster than it in actuality, but for some people that doesn't matter. Exactly. It's really cool that it held the speed record, and it's a beautiful engine, but... like, apparently it threw people out of their seats with how fast it was going at that point in time. And in regular service, oh god, we're out of boiler pressure. I know you guys can't see it, but we are very out of boiler pressure right now. The Brits don't gotta worry about us going fast with the steamers. The FRA won't let us lol. That is true. That is true. The Mallard was going so fast that it needed maintenance to keep a speed near that, so Mallard's speed was so high that it would need a smaller boiler and smaller weight because the axles wore down. Wow. Fastest you've ever seen was an American loco, which was the 844. I've seen the 844 double-heading the 4449. That was insane. They were going so fast. It was in Vancouver, Washington at Union Station or whatever. It was nuts. The fastest loco I saw went 574 kilometers per hour. Let me guess, it's those maglevs? Because I know they have those maglevs in Japan that can go like 600 or something crazy like that. Alright, boiler pressure, it's coming back. Let's go. The CGV a grande vitesse. Honestly, that is a kind of insane feat when you think about it, because, like, that is, like, comparable to an airplane. When they stretched the bejesus out of 844's front coupler because we needed to put 4014 on the front end instead of being reasonable and putting it behind 844. She knocked over some of the plushies. Have you guys heard about the time the 4449 derailed? Random story to be bringing up, but... Hi, kitty. How you doing? How you doing? Is that the one that it lost its tender? Not that I know of, no. It was a very stupid derailment. Oh my god, she's knocking everything over today. Oh, brake. Reverse. I didn't throw the switch correctly. There was once a British derailment where an engine sucked into the ground 120 meters. Isn't that like that one Thomas the Tank Engine story? The abandoned mine shaft or whatever. But the derailment that happened with the 4449, they broke a rail. They were running it at 15 miles an hour and the rail snapped beneath it. It was, I don't remember if it was the 4449 or the 700 that derailed, but they were doing a double header. But they were running two northerns on a 5-mile short line railroad. And it just broke. I remember we had booked tickets that year and we had to get a refund because we couldn't do it. If the rail snaps, that is bad rail work and needs better maintenance. It's also just that the trains are too heavy. They're running northerns on a short branch line that's designed to run like a 262 or a 282 at best, not a 484 mainline engine. Yes, on the Oregon Pacific. It was on the East Portland traction branch of the Oregon Pacific that they broke the rail. They broke it along the trailway. It was really interesting. If the trains are too heavy, they need to go British weight restriction. Or, really, they just need to put those trains into storage and pull out new ones, which is what they've been doing. They pulled out the Polson number 2, and they're going to pull out the Mount Emily number 1 in a little bit. I have to go sleep. It's 11:24. Jeez. It is late for you. Go sleep, man. Get good rest. Sleep well, man. Thanks for joining the stream for a little bit. Oh, June 11th, 1984. It's separated from its sender. I haven't heard of this story. Cat cam, let's go. Hi, Durian. It's really hard to see her because apparently she wants to lean out in such a way that she can see me, but... Anyways, checking. How's everybody doing? It's been around 2.5 hours. Might as well ask. Then we almost had the time 8:44. I had the chance of blowing up because of flu. Cracked. Oof. Yikes. I always see the Norfolk and Western 611 famous wreck that happened back in the 50s. That gets brought up from time to time. I don't know that wreck, actually. What happened there? Feel free to elaborate. We are here for story time. What challenge am I doing? I am trying to beat the game in one session. However, I have also taken out a small loan of $5,375 in game, not in real life. I'm not crazy. $5,375, and I need to repay it. And by the end of the stream, if possible. I'm not sure it is. We've been going for 2 hours and we've only completed one trip with this train. I'm getting sleepy because sleep schedule bad. See, Clyde, this is why you have to leave your blinds open. That is not small. Trust me, I know it's not small. It is going to be pain to repay. You don't have blinds? Well, open your blinds anyway. Get blinds and open them. Just solder your eyes to a Tamiya plug and have them detachable. Detachable eyes. That's one hell of an idea. I thought, boy, that I did. Kitty good. And I will pet the cat for $1. Oh, I think I've heard of this wreck actually. The wreck of the 511 or 611. 511? Why did I call it the 511? I've ridden behind that engine before. I know what it is. For those of you wondering, I rode it at Strasbourg in 2019, September. Went out to visit family with my father, and the 611 just happened to be running that day. 611's wreck actually saved it for preservation, funnily enough. Really? YouTube costs more than $1. I'm talking about Ko-Fi donations, man. I don't trust YouTube. If you spend the money to fix an engine, you're not gonna scrap it so easily. That is true. That is true. Since it got a new boiler, it's in much better shape than its sisters. I love the story of how the 4449 got preserved. It's really sad, but it's also really funny. It's literally just... it was the first one in line in the engine shed. Why am I not doing a challenge on normal map? Because on this map, the challenge is a little bit easier. Because you get access to a track that lets you run across the entire map in one go. Because the main line links every industry except for the logging camp, the coal mine, and the refinery. But the logging camp is on its own branch line, which means it's a bit of a pain to do. What is it? The coal mine and the refinery are close to other industries that are on the main line and at the end of the line, so you just switch them out when you're over there. And the tracks were already built, so that makes my life a lot easier. Hi, Katie. You can't even see the cat on the cat cam anymore. Hey, you. Hey, you. How you doing? Doing alright, sweetheart? Please don't drink my water again. No, Katie. I don't want you over there. I don't want you drinking my water. 4449 and 1225 were both the first engine in a line of scrap engines and were obviously the easiest to pull out, hence their preservation. Yeah, that's what makes those stories... They're funny, but it's also kind of sad. Hey, yo. Please don't bite me. Hey, kitty. There is another Berkshire that's preserved. It's in some city in Michigan that's on the shore. I don't remember the number. My father and I went to see it last year when we were on our family vacation again. I was just about to donate and you wanted to see people to see your message. I mean, I can read the message aloud on stream. I can also take a screenshot of it, upload it somewhere, and post it in chat. I linked that. Why did that not link? Game? Do you want to explain to me why that didn't link? My tender is not kind to me today? Yep. Any other Paramarquettes, and we probably wouldn't have gotten the Polar Express because of the running number. Yep. But somebody look it up. There's a Berkshire in a city in Michigan. It's close to Grand Rapids, a little bit east of it. Sorry, west of it. And it's on display. Nickel Plate Road 765. That might be it. I don't remember the railroad name. It could have been Nickel Plate rather than Pere Marquette. But it's definitely a 284 on static display. It's got a boxcar and 2 cabooses, I believe, behind it. It's in a park really close to the sea. Oh, those didn't load correctly. Oops. I'll fix that later. Pres 1223 is preserved in Grand Haven. Yeah, I think that sounds like the engine, 1223. That vaguely feels correct. Again, it's been like 9 months, half a year, somewhere in that time range since I saw it, so I don't know for sure, but... $765 is in Ohio? Yeah, it's definitely not $765 then. I think I just accidentally hit 0% reverser for like a split second there before I changed it back to 100%. That was a misclick, but I somehow hit it spot on. It has to be 1225 then? No, it's not 1225. I know for a fact it isn't 1225. 1225 is operational. The engine I saw is not. It's on static display. It has been for years. There's a coaling tower, a boxcar, 2 cabooses. $1223 sounds right. I believe it was $1223. $765 is in operation by the Fort Wayne Historical Society, and it was last in Michigan for the Indiana Rail Experience's Tri-State Special this past summer and early fall. Ooh, that's fun. Tri-State Special. Did Dr. Doofenshmirtz sponsor that? Yes, the PM 1223 that's on display with some boxcars, a caboose, and a coal tower. Yeah, that sounds about right. And Grand Haven, Michigan, that sounds like the place we visited. Also, Sax, did I ever answer the question of what challenge run I'm doing? I don't remember. I feel like you asked that, and I didn't answer for some reason. I might have, though, so I don't know. An engine? A steam engine? I cannot impersonate him, but that's okay. You're just in time to watch me revive the 21st century steam programinator. That does honestly sound like an evil plan he would hatch that Perry has to do, where he would get a lot of money by doing it and also pollute places a little bit more, and because of that he'd be able to get more money selling something else on the side. And that's his grand evil scheme. 765 is going to be doing it again this year. Ooh. Thankful for short lines like the Indiana Northeastern that are open to steam ups like that happening on their rails. That's cool. That's sweet. It's so diabolical. Ah, Perry the Platypus, you're just in time for me to give black lung to all these spectators sitting on that bridge over there. Now watch as they take their photos with their smartphones. We've been playing this for 2.5 hours. Holy. At this rate, the stream, if I were to actually try and complete this, might take upwards of 12 hours. They even cheer me on as I give them long-term health problems. It's associated with Ohio because 765 has been the usual engine for the Cayuga Scenic Steam in the Valley event for over a decade at this point. That's kind of cool. Why is it... Hold on. I swear I just saw a little... Yeah, you can see for a second there the skybox trying to render. You can see the edges of it. It's kind of hard to do, but... Yeah, there. For a split second. Okay. We're loaded, we're loaded. Hi, Kitty. Hey, kitty. How's it going? Oh god, she's back on the table. Please do not drink my water. I swear. It's a type of duck? Heck yeah, that means I'm gonna have something to send to some of my duck friends in a bit. Hi, Kitty. Hey. She's just sitting in front of me right now. She's not on the actual thing. She's not on the cat bed. Alright, and for the sake of somebody's sanity, let's flip those marker lights, because I know somebody would hate me if I didn't. I didn't mean to hit my microphone. Just giving the kitty a little bit of attention for a second here. I probably shouldn't be speeding down this hill, because that's gonna happen. Oh, God. We're not even at the first turn, and we've already derailed the entire train. You like the placement of the Industries and Freight Depot on Lunar Ridge V2 much better than the base game? Yeah, I like it a lot better too. I don't think it's perfect with what I was trying to do, but it's very, very good, and I'm pleased with it. It gives a more interesting challenge. Can this train please stop spinning? No? What is wrong with you? Okay, there we go. Thank you, game. But yeah, I totally agree. The new industry placements are a million times better. I honestly have forgotten how the old map is. Like, I haven't played it in so long. Okay, like 3 months, but still, that's a long time. "10 hours of cooked 280 spinning to..." This smells like Kenosha. My life in a nutshell. What the heck? Why did it do that? Of all things in the world. Lunar Ridge's logging camp and sawmill placement gives the Shea Heisler and Climax a reason to exist. Exactly. It gives them more than 2 seconds of use before everybody realizes how bad they are, and immediately gives up on them forever. Which is also why I gave the player 2 Shays to start with, because they're cute little engines, they're surprisingly powerful, and, like, you know, slow, yes, weak compared to other alternatives, sure, but it's perfect for a railroad like this one. As we've proven, like 3 times now, because we've derailed on this damned curve. Or this damned route. Also, nighttime. Yay! Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. Ah. Alright, what car is this? Is this car? That's car number 3. We need car number 4. So I want to keep these cars in their relative order with one another if I can. No, we didn't want to make it easy for you. Hurry up, SpongeBob. I think it's getting dark. I think they flew off the cliff. Oh, they definitely did. Have so many neck that a sporting event would be jealous, like football. The sound of the wind while you re-rail at night gives it a very haunting feel. Agreed. I honestly wish we had more buildings so that we could make like a homey environment so that it feels like we're not in a snowstorm. Because sometimes I just want to go in a house with this kind of weather. Audio is cutting out every second. Like, what, the game audio or my audio? Okay, whole stream audio for you? Weird. I am getting a warning on YouTube. Hold on. It's saying that I'm using a bitrate that's too high for what they suggest I use. Yeah, try rejoining, see if that helps. If it doesn't, I'll try and fix things. Because I come back and yesterday's BS is back on schedule. Oh boy. I might lower the bitrate because YouTube is complaining about the bitrate being too high. I don't know why a bitrate that's too high would be problematic. Well, I guess it might be like if my internet's trying to do something else at the same time and is slowing that down. Also, they're doing concrete work again outside, so... It would be the scariest thing at night, hearing another whistle in the distance. Honestly, you know, it'd be really funny if we had a live stream where people had access to Railroads Online Extended, and once every like 5 minutes they could do something like throw a switch, change the state of a handbrake, blow a whistle. That would be hilarious. Could you imagine? Also, I hate this because I cannot see my caboose, so I don't know if my train is intact. I'm just having to look back and pray. Oh, so you want pure chaos then? I love it. It would be so chaotic. Oh god, and people can, like, load cars remotely using Extended? Oh, man. That would be horrible. I love it. Would you rather learn an instrument of your choice or a language of your choice? Are you talking about, like, if I were to learn it instantly, or if I were to have to learn it? Like spend time on like Duolingo or working with somebody, I don't know. Instantaneously, language. It would either be Japanese or Russian. I'm not sure which. Because Japanese would just be fun, and Russian, my girlfriend is Russian, so being able to speak with her in her native language would be fun. Your plan is illogical, irresponsible, and dangerous. So when do we start? A nice little thing that could add to the game is interchangeable whistles. I would love to go. I want to go Casey Jones on my 280. That would be fun. I know it's really hard to see this, but I can confirm we have our log car back here. And we have all our cars on the train. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bada bing, bada boom. I didn't mean to fall in the river. Smack that concrete. Oh no, is the concrete mixing getting picked up right now? Oh no, not like this. Spotting cars in the shadows is not easy. Wow, okay. But I think I got it. That'll work. Spot on. It'll be interesting to see how much wood you'll use in the tender before the challenge is complete. One interesting thing about the wood in the tender is before I started this, I filled the tender completely, and I fired up the engine using a firewood depot that I proceeded to delete. So... Hi, Katie. Want to go back up? Come on over. There you go. You want something? No, I don't want you over here. Some weird, unexplainable events for like Halloween, October, blowing whistles in the wind. Dude, so many people would be freaked out by that. You boot up the game specifically on October 31st, and the game just messes with you. That'd be fun. Hey, kitty. Okay, she's not going up to the cat cam. Cat cam is pointed at the bed and not wherever she is. Yeah, I know. I thought she was going to jump up there, so I turned it on for a little bit. Because it looked like she was going to jump up there. She didn't. Just distant 6 chimes like the Norfolk and Western Hooters that sound like they're rapidly approaching. I remember when I went to visit the Strasbourg and they had the 611 running there. They actually had some fun doing a, ooh, there's a ghost train, a sort of like little silly event where they blew the whistle and it echoed back from the canyon. That was fun. Alright, so once that car is loaded, it is. We're just gonna back the train up, turn it around, and hit the main line. Hello, Cryptic. Welcome to the stream. Does your cat hate dogs? I don't know. We've never had her around dogs before. We got her at the Humane Society around 2 years ago. She was fairly young and very social. Sounds like she lived in a house with a hoarder. How you doing? She's very curious about the noises outside. In fact, so curious that I need to hit the brakes hard. I don't know how long I've been running on this segment of track, but I got distracted and the cat was jumping up on the into the cat cam. Oh, we went super far down this line. Jesus. Anyways, cat cam, cat cam. Shout out to all the pussies out there. Does the cat notice the camera? She sometimes looks at it. Very rarely. But she's acknowledged it a time or two. She knows it's there. She doesn't know what it does. She is cat. And if she doesn't notice the camera, I'd be surprised because I literally taped it to the wall. It's just a Logitech C270. Well, one of their cheapo webcams. Got it for 25 bucks at Best Buy. Along with more RAM. Oh yeah, speaking of which, something I did off camera was I put more sticks of RAM in my PC. Or no, sorry, I didn't put more sticks of RAM in my PC. I upped the RAM's memory. Or latency, that's the term, I think, I hope. They're megahertz, how much it runs, the speed it runs at. Brain, words, hard. It was running at 2133 earlier, it is now running at 3200. Clock speed, there you go, there's the smart words that I don't have. Has the camera accidentally fallen on the cat once? No. I got the camera on Saturday. On Sunday, I streamed with it in a different position where it couldn't fall on the cat. And yesterday, after the stream ended, I put it up there. I taped it to the wall, so it hasn't fallen on the cat. It's taunting us. The oil refinery is right there, and we're not even close to getting it done. We're not even close to getting to it. Cat can't understand the camera. Yep, that she cannot. She cannot comprehend what watches. Can't play Railroads Online anymore because of the update. Your graphics card can't take it anymore. I got a really good a decent graphics card. I'm thinking, part of me is thinking eventually I want to upgrade to a 4070, which is like $600, but the card I got is like $250, and it runs the game at a good frame rate. Oh, I just joined. What's going on? Not too much. We just started our second run, our second train for the day, which is not a very good pace. We're 3 hours into the stream, and we have only run 2 trains. What is the funniest thing your cat has done? On stream? Or just in general? Well, I have to go for now. I'll try and rejoin the stream if it's still up in a couple of hours. It might be up in a couple of hours, honestly, with how long this playthrough is taking. Maybe I need to put on like a donation of a goal of $100 where I will stream for 8 hours. On stream, I think the funniest thing she's done is drank my water. Stir, why don't you do a live stream for 24 hours? I value my sanity. And I'm willing to sell my sanity, but I'm not doing it for free. Just record 30 minutes and put it on the loop. Jeez. No, that's not quite the same. I don't have money, but I can sell my soul. I'm sorry, your soul does not buy me cool things, cool computer parts. And it doesn't buy me webcam so that I can record and pet my cat on stream. I'm sure NVIDIA would gladly take your soul. Yeah, give somebody some... Nvidia, your soul. Sign it off to buy yourself a 4090. Alright, we haven't lost our train. We're good, we're good. Honestly though, a 4070 isn't too unreasonably expensive if you want to get like a really good graphics card for this game. Like it's $600, but when it comes to graphics cards, there's some that are way worse than that. I'm multitasking. I'm talking on Discord and in this chat. Lol. Is there activity on the Discord? Hold on. Let me check. Oh no, there isn't. Okay, all right. I don't need to worry about moderating things. Oh, as soon as I say that, somebody posts a message. Oh no, somebody joined the server. Never mind. Oh no, somebody is waving at somebody else. That changed very quickly from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5. Why does your map have sidings that are so tiny that most cars can't fit on them? What sidings are you talking about? Are you talking about the stub end spurs at the ironwork and smelter? Because if so, those are pockets for porters to sit in, because we do shunt jobs on this map when we play on the version that has all trains purchased. The place I'm at right now, that holds 2 cars. It is for storing hoppers. We're actually going to use it later in the stream. Because after the 3rd run, we don't have a reason to run hoppers anymore. So there's a bunch of little sidings on this world for storing cars. Because another thing is, the trains on this world are very short. The maximum length is 8 cars. We're currently at 6. So we're actually getting really close to maxing out the train length. I forgot the iron ore. Back it up. If I were in real life, I'd probably be in trouble with my boss. I'm in trouble with myself, man. Bosses be damned. I am my boss, and I am upsetty spaghetti with my performance. Bye, I'm hopping off. Have a good one, Camo. See you around. Thanks for joining. And now we start hitting the brakes. And stop. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How bad is the stream delay for me? Probably around 10 seconds, 10 to 12, somewhere in there. Rough estimate. You can check by looking at the chat in the lower right. Should tell you. Or you should see your message when it pops up. There's this YouTuber that was streaming and his stream delay was like 1 minute. I do know YouTube has an option to let you add false delay. And so it's either 30 seconds or 1 minute. But I don't like doing that, so... We're not on ultra low latency, but we are on low latency, and it's around a 12-second delay. Are we gonna have the cat cam on for the rest of the stream? It depends. If Durian moves, I will turn it off, but if she stays there, we'll have the cat cam. Is she next to me? Yeah, she's just sitting on top of my computer. Speaking of computer, how's my heat levels doing? Okay, that's not too terrible. Homie is zooming. No speed limits means I'm getting there on time. Or early. We going new. Does she sit on it so it warms her bed? She liked sitting on the computer because it was warm, but also the main reason she likes sitting on it is because it has a good view out the window, and it has a good view for me. So she likes sitting there and sleeping because she can listen to me talk on a stream and lay down, get some rest, and have a nice cozy place and look at the concrete guys as they're doing stuff, so. I do need to rearrange my computer for better ventilation though, but I did order a case fan, so I'm going to be getting better ventilation soon. Alright. Time to break. Cat head, cat head. Kitty. What's my cat's name? It's Durian. We didn't name her. That's just the name she had when she came to us from the Oregon Humane Society, but we've kept it. It's a cute name, and she's a cute kitty. She was she was part of a hoarder's house thing or whatever, a cat hoarder, and so she's very social. Does your cat sometimes like to just walk over your keyboard? Because I have the cat that does that. She doesn't, actually. My keyboard is very bumpy and rough, and she doesn't like stepping on it. She'll do it occasionally if she needs to get her footing, but so far she doesn't really step on it. Oh wow, you're using the engine sheds as generic buildings? Yeah! It makes for nice little town scenes. We got ourselves a train station in red, and then we have just a bunch of buildings strewn throughout the place. It helps bring the world to life. Did I derail something back there? I did. That wasn't that hard of a bonk. What the heck? Are you kidding me? My cat looks very cute. That's because she is very cute. Stir not watching his cars. I am watching my cars. I wasn't going that fast. Link and pin. Rerail. Link and pin. Is it durian like the fruit? Yes. That's how it's spelled. My father sometimes calls her Badger because she badgers us for food. We need a stream of me teaching my cat how to play roads. I'm like, how would I do that? How do you convince a cat to run trains? I mean, I know I've seen somebody do a stream of a goldfish playing like Minecraft or Rainbow Six Siege or something like that, but carefully. Goldfish playing the stock market. Honestly, there is... I mean, I know I probably will never get these sorts of donation goals finished, but I do have an idea for a funny donation goal. $700, get my dad the game, get him a graphics card, get him playing. Record that, or do a live stream where he plays the train game for the first time and sees how it's like. The only problem is that's a pretty high donation goal. $700? Like... Maybe one day I'll put it up. Lord our Father, stir. What? He's like 70 years old. How would I convince him to do that? I mean, he does do things. But like, he's very hip for his age. But at the same time, he said to me before, what did he say? He said, I don't want to play a train game because the last time I did, I stopped working on my model railroad and got sucked into a world of playing the train game too much. He can just make a railroad in game and have one IRL, but that's the problem. He would just focus on the game too much. So much so that he never got around to actually working on his model railroad, and it just sat in the basement. Okay, we have 6 units of raw iron. Perfect. Everything is going according to plan. Did he get to working on it eventually? Good question. I don't know. I want to say yes, but I honestly have no clue. Well, actually, I do know. Yes, he did, but he quit the game because it was too much for him. Let's take it a little slower on that curve, because that's a sharp curve. How far from you does he live? I live with him. Alright, I think we're set up. Gonna go, alright, Cryptic, have a good one. See you around. Then just kidnap him and make him play. I need the money to buy him a graphics card in the game if I'm going to make him play, dude. Let's go ahead then. This is gonna be car number 7. LOST. Order. So, chat. I have a question for you guys. Do you think that steak flats or regular flats are more important? I'm trying to consider what I should buy, and because we can afford one more car right now, but I don't know which one I should get. Because the log flat would allow me to fill more steak flats in the future, but the steak flats would allow me to do more now? Steak. Think of all that is at stake. That is true. There are 4 cargo types on steak flats, but, that's probably the right call. Alright, you know what? I just realized something. I don't know anything about trains. That is a very important revelation to make. Okay, steak flat LOST, because it's funny. Order. And now we wait for the train to come. You put the wood in the thing and it go. I mean, I can explain how a steam locomotive works. It's actually surprisingly easy to understand. Because you know how when water boils, the steam rises? That's the basic idea of a steam engine. Is you just turn that into motion using a bunch of mechanics and some weird pistons attached to the side of the train that run off the steam. A lot of the terminology, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The mechanics of how it works are pretty easy to understand. Terminology. Let me think. So when I'm talking about the flat cars, when I say stake or regular, we'll actually show you here in a second because I want to bring the train to a stop rather than just have it blast through town at 200 miles an hour. I'm a senior of a mechanical engineering degree. I would die if I didn't know how to do steam engine shit. You know, that's fair. That is understandable. The mechanics in-game for how these steam engines work aren't quite one-to-one, but that's because, you know, this is a game, so. And bring her to a stop. So, these cars back here at the back of the train are all flat cars. But there's 3 different types. There's the regular flat car, which has these little beam things in the middle of them. There's these cars, which I don't know what they're called. We call them cordwood cars because they carry cordwood the most. And they have these weird, distinct walls on the end. But the stake flats are these little things with these stakes. That's what they're called. Stakes poking out of them. Handbrake on. Handbrake on. Why are there no bumpy cars? Buckle up, boys. We're in for a bumpy ride. I'm $2 short of purchasing another stake flat. Thanks, game. Thanks for making me not have money. Where's the cat car? What the heck is a cat car? Excuse me. Vroom vroom. Did we derail? We derailed! Yay! Great! Hand reveal? I've pet the cat many, many times on stream, dude. You just missed it. Alright, brakes on. Revival? Elbow revival. Somebody get out the CPR and those little shocky thingies. Rest in peace, Sister Elbow. Defib, yes, the defibrillator. Majiggy. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. Yeah, that's right. Give me a 4070 graphics card so I can see better. Donk. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. We want to split here. Donk. For some reason, I read that message without, like, thinking about that little jingle they have. So instead of it being, like, it's just, Arby's, we have the meats, donk. That's it. That's how they end the advertisement. No jingle, no nothing. Whopper? I still don't understand where the Whopper meme came from and why it's so popular all of a sudden. Like, I know it's a Burger King ad, but, like, I've never had Burger King. I don't know how good this stuff is. Switch, set to middle. Oh, hello, kitty. Hey, how you doing? No, I don't want you playing with those. Cat, this is not a place for you to lay down. She's trying to lay down on my keyboard. Kitty. Kitty. I cannot have you here. Sorry. Sorry that I cannot have you there. Cat, come back. We miss you. She doesn't want to operate the train. She wants to force me to quit the game. That's what she's trying to do. It's industrial sabotage. God, I love this thunderstorm. So beautiful. The lightning sounds are really aggressive in that game. Jeez, yes, they really are. They're worse on my end than they are on the stream. Which is saying something, because I assume they're not that good on the stream either. They're very aggressive. Also, there's a lot of thunder. Like, is this really how much thunder there is in a thunderstorm? So hey, developers, if you're watching this, would you mind toning it down a little bit? Because, there's a lot of thunderclaps. And maybe it's just me in the region I'm in, but we usually don't get this much. Okay, we got about 2 cars. Round 1 car. And linked. Gotta go, I'll be back in a bit and see the car playing. Oh, why does everybody make the car versus cat typo? We'll see if I'm still playing in a little bit. Maybe. If somebody donates, I definitely will. Like, a decent donation, obviously. Not just some free walk in the park, but... This sort of, like, playthrough... it's so long. I love driving cats, senior quote right there. Surprised I'm still going. Yeah, we haven't had the stream die yet. But we're only on, like, our 3rd run through the map. We are taking forever. Hi, kitty. No, you're not welcome over there. You're not welcome there. Oh, kitty. Don't want you over there. She really wants to drink my water. I don't know why. I've told her not to. I've tried my best to get her to stop multiple times, but she keeps going to try and get water. I need like a top for a sippy cup or something. Get her to stop. Or like a water bottle maybe. That could be something I do. Stonk. We can bring it back an inch. Alright, let's see here. Where is that danged caboose? There it is. Next stop, Ironworks. Let's roll. Highball it, baby. Oh, guess who's back? So, I need to teleport up here, because we need to line ourselves up so that we hit the raw iron. Come back in time for Durian. How goes trains? So far so good. I've just been setting the train to full speed and leaving it alone because it's not going to derail. And so we're just sitting here waiting for it to pass. Durian has sat on the keyboard at least 2 times. She has tried to drink my water again. We're currently on run number 2 of 6. We're gonna be here for a long time if we're gonna complete this challenge in one day. Here it comes. Actually, hold on. This is like perfect screenshot material for the thumbnail. So we're not actually going to get on the train right now. Because on this next trip, we're actually going to go down the other way for the first time. That's going to be fun. We'll hop on it here as it passes by the smelter at full speed. Be sure to pace yourself. Pacing? What's that? Do you need to chat with me on Discord later? Alright. I'll let you know when the stream's done. It might be a while. It really depends on when I finally throw in the towel. Enjoy being background noise. Ah, hell yeah, let's go. Plugging in my wireless headset so I could take you to the grocery store later. I love the mental image of just like taking wireless headphones, putting them on somebody and dragging them, like pulling the headphones. They're like suction cups. They've sucked onto somebody's head and you just drag them with you. I think they're still working on the concrete out there. Hold on, I'm gonna take a peek. Oh yeah, they totally are. There is no sidewalk and there's a man riding a Zamboni backwards. So, you know what? I will be back in a minute. I am going to go use the restroom, because that's probably important. So, BRB. Alright, we are back. Asphalt. Zamboni. Cat. Why is Cat not playing? Because Cat is watching Cat TV. I think we heard the toilet lid. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you did. The bathroom's like just behind the wall here. Oh yeah, how's my fire temperature is out? There we go. Logs. We can grab 2 more logs and throw them in. $69 fuel, baby. You guys can't see it because the cat cam's blocking it. Never mind. Hold on. 69 fuel. Let's go. Can I move the cam to the top left corner so we can see the stuff behind it? I probably should. It would be a little bit of work, though. Because I'd have to, like, remake that little border thing and the cat cam logo, but... You're not missing... Oh, well, I guess you are missing my water level, my fire temperature, my fuel, my air brake pressure, my boiler pressure. I could show you a shortcut later. What kind of a shortcut? Like a... Because I know how to edit it. It would only take a moment. And you know what? I'll do it. I'll do it in a moment or two. First we need to unload the raw iron, and then I'll do it. Is my dad subbed to the channel? I doubt it. Like, to move the cat cam around easier? One thing I could do if I want to move the cat cam around easier is make it so the cat cam is centered in a little thing. Honestly, I should probably commission somebody to make me, like, a frame for Durian to sit in. Because then I could have hotkeys, and, like, when I want it to be in the upper left, or the bottom left, it can be in the bottom left. If I want it to be in the upper left, it can be in the upper left. That might be a good idea, honestly. I forgot to do the long signal to signify that I'm actually stopping at the station, but, oh god. Yeah, that's not the track we're supposed to go into. I do know one thing, though. My dad does know about the channel. I've talked to him about it a ton. I showed him the art recently. His response was, we need to get you a bluer jacket. We need to get you a bluer hoodie now. Of all the things in the world, that was his response. Who needs signals when we have guns? That is a good question. And I do not have a good answer. Is my dad home now? No. He comes home at around 4:30 to 5 on Mondays. He's got his priorities in the right direction, at least. You know, my father, he works at a local store called PAX. It's just down the street. And he works from 1 to 4, or 1 to 5. Oop, I right-clicked out of the game. Depends on the day, but... On Thursday and Friday, he works at a train store, and on Sunday, he goes to church. Alright, unload, unload. What time zone am I in? I am in west coast of the United States. It is currently 4 p.m. 4:01. Alright, cat cam, cat cam. So to fix this, step 1, take the actual cat cam, click and drag. Step 2, take the frame, click and drag. Step 3, affinity. That's how I edit this stuff. Hello. Open recent catcam.png. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. Bottom left rounded at 4%. Top left will be none. Drag the cat cam logo down, center it, 2, 3, save. Export as PNG. Put this in YouTube thumbnails. Video assets, stream, catcam.png, replace. And just like that, we're good. If the text is attached to it, that wouldn't work. That's where you're wrong. It is attached to it. I just had to like actually move the text. Pretty easy to do. How did I do that so fast? Yay, typing yay all in order. See, practice typing, practice with Nitro Type. It's a great idea. I totally won't join the game and dunk on people by using an alt account. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I created an alt account on Nitro Type to flex on 2-year-olds. Forgive me, Father, for I have skinned my knee. What's my words per minute? Anywhere between 90 and 120. Typically closer to 100, but I can do 120 if I'm really pushing myself. I am a speedy typer. Trying to consistently get 100, it can be a little tricky. For me, it helps, though, because I am a writer at heart. And so I like writing, I like typing, I like chatting with people, and usually I don't do so in voice, I do so in text, because it's my preferred method. So I've just gotten used to it over the years. We also played way too many typing games in middle school. Scary fast at times. At times? All the time, I think you mean. Yeah, I'm a bit of a speed demon with typing. I'm not the fastest in the world, but like that is a really hard title to compete with. Those people type 500 words a minute on a regular keyboard. Like a stenography keyboard, okay, I understand how you can type 200 words a minute there. I'm trying to learn that a little bit. It's taking some time, but stenography is fun. Wow, we still going? Yes, we are still going. Somehow. What is a stonography keyboard? It's a stenography keyboard. It is a keyboard that is typically used in courtrooms. And basically, instead of having letters, you have sounds. The left side is the first part of a word, the bottom four keys are the middle, and the right side is the other half of the word. And by pressing a combination of keys and letting go of them, it gives you it'll give you a different word based off of what sort of keys you hit. I broke one once, jeez. But yeah, for court transcribers, they usually use stenography keyboards because an average stenographer in a courtroom can do 300 words a minute. 300. People consider me fast at 100. These people are 3 times as fast as I am. They terrify me. They are way too good at what they do. Yeah, those things are insane. It's all short form words. I've seen them. Yes, exactly. It's absurd what you can do with them. They're really cool. I love them. I don't have one, unfortunately, but I'm fast enough at 100 words per minute. I'm pleased. I'm happy with that. Don't learn it, don't join the dark side of keyboard. I don't consider it dark. It's very bright. The keyboards they have are all white. None of them are like dark colors. Admittedly, you have to replace the keycaps yourself, so you can make them dark, but imagine NaNoWriMo on one of those things. God, you'd be done in a day. I need to do NaNoWriMo again. NaNoWriMo is National Novel Writing Month. It is a challenge in November where you sit down, doesn't matter how much you've done, you try and write out 50,000 words by the end of the month to complete a story. I did it once, I got to 22,000. Failed to complete the novel. It's for a class. It was pretty fun, though. This train is getting so long that I can't see the back. It's probably not a good idea to be at full speed up the screen. Okay, I can see the back now. Okay, okay. But yeah, somebody did the math. What was it? There's 31 days in November. 50,000 over 31. You need to get around 1,600 words written every day in order to complete the challenge. It's nuts. It's crazy. It's fun, though. I gotta go. Alright, have a good one, Sax. You didn't stick around for the end of the stream. The curse is lifted. story doesn't need to be done, just gotta hit word count. A beta read for a fanfic writer who did it in a week and the story wasn't done. For the class I took, we had to write the whole story from start to finish, which was a little difficult. Again, I only made it to 22,000 words. But howdy y'all, what I miss? Welcome. You've missed like 5 derailments, and we're currently starting the 3rd of 6 runs that I need to do. I'm not sure I'm going to complete this challenge today. There's so much to do. But we bought ourselves some more cordwood cars. We bought ourselves some more stake flats, and we're currently climbing the hill to the, what is this? This isn't the coal mine. This is the logging camp. Thoughts on chocolate milk? It's alright. I don't really drink milk anymore, though. I drink soy milk. So I haven't had it in a few years, and I don't really remember it that well. I remember I used to drink it as a kid a ton. There were cartons that they sold for 25 cents a pop at school, and I would drink so much of that. Five? Is it Clyde's fault? Unfortunately, we cannot blame Clyde. He's not here. Let's see, what derailments do we have? Derailment number 1, I forgot to place a spline, and so we just had a giant piece of track that wasn't there. Derailment number 2, I oversped while climbing the hill to the logging camp and derailed my caboose. Number 3, I oversped while descending the hill and derailed 3 cars of my 6-car train. I don't remember what the other 2 were off the top of my head. I know we've had at least 5 derailments, though. We've had bonks that were too hard. Like, for instance, on this Y right now that I'm backing into, I've sometimes derailed the tender a little bit too much. Overall, though, we've survived. Oh, we derailed twice on the downhill, right. We derailed once at the top of the hill and once at the bottom. That's where that derailment came from. But yeah, today we're doing a challenge playthrough. I guess I should probably explain the challenge playthrough again. It's been enough time. It's been 4 hours since we started playing. So some people might not know what we're doing. And I guess right now we're loading up cordwood, we're loading up logs, all that jazz, all that schmoosh. Actually, should I explain it? I don't know who here knows. I don't remember who here knows what we're actually trying to do and who here doesn't know. Oh god. Derailment number 6. No, that's the wrong side to re-rail on. Oh boy. I'm a real pro at this, Sergeant. These cabooses... Oh god, derailment number 7. These cabooses are stupid finicky. they act weird. For some reason, in the latest update of the game, it's really easy to derail your trains by doing stupid, simple things that should have been able to work, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, you're dead. They're not cabooses, they're caboose. I'm sorry, no, they're caboocin. Thank you very much. I don't even remember where we came up with that title, but I love it. It's so stupid. It's so great. I saw a flock of caboocin. They're migrating. They're heading for their scrapyards. Or museums. Not sure which. It's kind of hard to tell. Cabooses. Cabice. You have to roll them like six-sided dice, otherwise you don't do anything. You can't go anywhere. Alright. Link. Let's go get that handbrake. I think it was just the one. Yeah, it was only one. Okay. Oh, great. It's night again? I mean, I know this has been on 30 minutes and 15 minutes loops, but yikes. Nat fail is a derailment. Nat success is going over the max speed with no issues. Because we've seen people reach 100 miles an hour. These engines, the fastest one is 30. 30. How do you reach 100 miles an hour with something that's supposed to go 30? It's actually really easy to go faster than the maximum speed, but it can be a little bit of a struggle to make sure your train doesn't jump the rails. How much money do we have? $398. We made $150 somewhere along. Oh, right. We delivered raw iron. I know this. I delivered it myself. How goes the train stuff? So far so good, Clyde. Nothing too much has happened. We're currently readying up trip number 3 of 6. Oh, god damn it. Why do the tenders like jumping the tracks? Also, what was my fault? Don't worry about it, Clyde. The 2880 disintegrated on you? What do you mean? Also, wasn't that like a $2,500 locomotive? Thoughts on the band Tally Hall? My first introduction to them was through the song Banana Man. We memed the fuck out of that song in whatever grade it was. It was 9th grade. And nobody listened to their music except for one person who insisted it was good. After a few years now, yeah, it's good. I like them. I listen to them occasionally. I think I'm adding 3 songs of theirs to the playlist. I'm adding Turn the Lights Off. What else was there? Turn the Lights Off. I can see the name of it on me. On me? The 2 meme songs that recently blew up in like the last year or two. The one that's like, I've been sleeping in a cardboard box, spending all my money at the liquor shop, or whatever that song's called. I don't remember. And the other one, what is that? Ruler of Everything. I put that one on my playlist too. That's a good one. Everybody memed it, but it's legitimately a bop. Tally Hall disbanded, but most of the members made a new one called Miracle Musical. That's cool. I did hear that most of the members know about their internet fame. The Bidding? Yes, The Bidding. That's the name. That's the name. Check Discord. Oh boy. Oh god, it really did disintegrate. Holy. Pretty sure that could be repaired, though. The right tools and the right man at the job. Model train repair video soon? Oh god. I mean, we do know a guy in town who knows how to repair these sorts of things. He works at the shop my dad works at, and so we could probably get it repaired. Going once, going twice, which of these trains will suffice? I mean, I can take it. I'll just need to get, like... Yeah, I'll need to figure out how you can send it to me, really. Did we not load a log? Oh no. Oh, we did load a log. We're good. We're good. Did we load a log? We didn't load a log, but it's auto-loading. Okay, then. Yeah, free stuff is always welcome. That's the spirit, Clyde. That's the spirit. Like half my setup was free stuff. Clyde, that makes me more concerned than it does. Oh wait, no, you're talking about trains. I thought you were talking about computers. Whew, that would have been spooky. And it sounds like my dad's home. Speedrun timer, by the way. I never explained. We're doing a pseudo speedrun of the game. A challenge playthrough, and the speedrun timer is there just so I can keep track of how long I've been playing. So. Oh, you're talking about PCs? Oh no, Clyde. Oh no. The CPU cooler that I can't use, but it was still free. Gonna go start in 1911? What the heck is a 1911? Oh, we overshot this way too much. Whoops. I'm going to the grocery store, so you are now officially in my pocket. ASMR, baby. Okay, a little bit more. Off the back of his sold magic deck, and all the accessories except for my mouse were either given to me lying around my house, scrounged out of a tech trash can. Honestly, I should probably sell a few of my magic cards. I've got a massive collection, and I don't play very often. And the few commander decks I have, I know the cards I have in them that I want. Hello, Sax. Welcome back to the stream. Reminds me, Josh helped me get a cooling pad, so here's hoping my PC stops passing out from heat exhaustion. Also, cleaning the fan on this thing. Yeah, those are some good ideas, Gordon. Very, very important to keep your computer cool. For my PC, because I just got an upgrade, you know, I got myself like the best ventilated system I could, and I'm waiting on a computer fan. I'm going to install a new one so that I can get even better ventilation. Cost me probably around $1,000 to get the PC, all parts. I had to assemble it myself, but yeah, I need more fans. So many fans. What's my cat doing? She is sitting here and she is sleeping. It looks like. Well, maybe not sleeping, but resting. Excuse me. What would you do if you owned an HO scale hopper that is filled with mac and cheese? Why would you fill the hopper with mac and cheese? I would, if it was going to be filled with mac and cheese and I knew that already, I would clean it before we filled it. If I didn't know, I would probably dump out the mac and cheese into a bowl and give it to somebody. Who's my favorite commander currently? I have two decks built. I have the new Ashnod, the black one, the mono black one from the main set of Brothers War. And I have a Feather the Redeemed deck. The Feather deck is hilarious because everybody's like, oh, he's got no board state. He's only got his commander. And one player's like, guys, we have to kill it. And everyone's like, he's not a problem. And then I one-shot everybody out of nowhere. It's really funny. I picked up Feather for $1 at my local game store. I'm like, you know what? People say this commander's powerful. I'll pick it up. I'm currently building Lord Windgrace. Or, sorry, Soul of Windgrace. My bad. The new one from DMU. I don't have all the pieces I need for it, but I've got a decent start. That it could Thrashster with your Prosper deck. See what? Because Prosperous Innkeeper was in Standard for so long, and it still sees playing like Historic. Whenever somebody says Prosper, I don't think of Prosper Tomebound. I think of Prosperous Innkeeper. I'm like, that's your commander? The endless cycle of stir, grabbing something seemingly harmless, and then needing to hunt others for sport. Why did it take you so long to realize that, Sax? I don't understand anything that has been said here, but it sounds like fun. Understandable. Hey, kitty. It's good fun, but it's a little tricky. No, kitty. No, I don't want you on the keyboard. I'm sorry, cat. You can go down here. This is okay. This is fine, but the keyboard... She tried to sit on my keyboard again. No, I turned the cam off. Don't worry, I turned the cat cam off myself. We gotta get Clyde on that Magic ride. Clyde, don't play Magic. You're gonna lose a lot of money. Oh yeah, fun fact, Jace. In Kaladesh Standard, on Christmas time, when I was playing casually, I unpacked a Chandra, just randomly. I still have the Chandra. I didn't sell it at the time, but that was a really fun stroke of little luck, you know. We get him on Untapped, and it's free, and it's browser-based. That is true. Just get him to play the bootleg. Oh god. Wasn't lined up. Which Chandra? Chandra Torch of Defiance. The four loyalty ability one that everybody went nuts over back when it was first printed. And it was like $50 at the time. Now it's like 10 or 20 or something. I don't know. It's really plummeted now that it's rotated out of Standard, but she is a very good Planeswalker. Nicol Bolas Dragon God, what is it? Is that the one from War of the Spark? The one with the 3 black pips in it? Because if so, yeah, that's Dragon God, I believe. I find it funny how many times in chat we talk about things that you're either in the community and you completely understand what's going on, or you're not in the community and you're just listening in for the content. Because we talk about trains, we talk about computers, we talk about Magic the Gathering. I used to get him and God Pharaoh together to double ult kill people. Oh God. Pharaoh, but Tish. I've got an Elspeth somewhere. Sun's Champion. And the old one, the really old one from Alara. Doubling season lets you get both ults the turn you play the respective walkers. Yeah, I know. It's so fun. Especially if you play that one Jace from Ixalan. But When I asked for an explanation, I was memed on for being a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Oof. I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh, so I don't know if I can meme on anyone, but Magic the Gathering is a very complicated game. Admittedly, some of that complication won't come up in your general games and your casual play, but like, it can be really funny to see just how deep the iceberg goes. No, it's not that complicated. Have you, Sax, have you heard of the rulings surrounding humility and opalescence? Or how about Blood Moon and Ashaya? Or Blood Moon and... Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. Blood Moon and Urza's Saga. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun, but if I see anyone pull out a Link or Pendulum summoning, I'm putting my deck away. Okay, Sax. Opalescence is a card that says all creatures, all enchantments are creatures with power and toughness equal to their converted mana cost. And Humility is an enchantment for 4 mana that says all creatures lose all abilities and become have base power and toughness 1/1. So the question is, if you play out both an Opalescence and a Humility, what happens? And the answer depends on what order you played the cards. Because if Humility's ability overwrites all creatures, that includes itself. So how many times does it overwrite itself? Or does it even overwrite itself when it becomes a creature? What happens? And if you have 2 Opalescences on board, what happens then? And the Saga Moon interaction is easy to understand. The Saga, because the Saga has more lore counters than it does chapters, because it now doesn't have any chapters, it instantly dies, because that's how Sagas work. Mike has been brutally assaulted. I'm sorry. I will pay reprimands. Alright, we're linked. Caboose is ready to roll. Why are we not philosophers? I don't know, man. Ask that to the stone. Layers are evil, evil things, and Rule 600 is for layers. It's so complicated.
Hi, kitty. Hey, you.
I don't want to be going this fast because otherwise I'm going to derail. Train game moment, I guess I should probably bring up. So, we're heading down the hill with 6 logs and 24 cordwood. Now, what we're going to do is once we get to the sawmill, we're going to load 2 cars of beams and 1 car of lumber, 6 of each. And we're going to follow that up with bringing the car of lumber to the ironworks, unloading it there. We're going to load up on iron ore at the iron ore mine, unload cordwood and iron ore at the smelter, and load on rails. And then, what's the last step? Unload that all at the coal mine, pick up coal. Return, get raw iron, deliver it all to the ironworks, reset the run, do another round. I hope you guys followed along with all of that. I certainly didn't. My brain just fried itself trying to explain that. Yeah, the stream is still going. How's the challenge going so far? It's going good. Why did that derail? Are you kidding me? Huh? It's one of these days. At this point, I might have to either ask for generous donations or call the stream quits, though, because it has been 5 hours. It's been a long time. Oh, good, you're just in time for more chaos. Well, in other news, my graphics card might not be good enough soon. Because, oh. The cat is getting up off my lap. She can hear my father's making dinner. My graphics card might not be good enough soon because I'm going to be getting a 2K monitor in the coming week. I know I mentioned this before in the stream, but honestly, when you're streaming for nearly 5 hours, it's worth mentioning things again, just so people know, you know? So, here's hoping that the next time I record a video, it doesn't murder my graphics card instantly. Oh, that car is coming in hot. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh. We're missing a steak flat. Where's the handbrake? 144p will be perfectly okay, right? It confuses and frightens me that a monitor can be sized as one who has only ever had a 1280 by 720 resolution. Link from The Legend of Zelda, hit game. Yeah, Gordon, I have a 1080p monitor, which is what is it? It's 1080 by 1920, 1920 by 1080. Yes, that's the words. I in fact have two. You can buy them online for like $60, $80 if you know where to look. Sometimes even as low as 40. You don't need words, only gibberish. We all understand by this point. That is very true. Who needs words when you can just yell at people? Donk. You can get Clyde to beat me at pronouncing Asmarana Mardakaida. Fuck, I messed it up already. My guy, I'm struggling to understand why my laptop can run modded Minecraft. The idea of a desktop is scaring me at this point. Asmarana Mardakaida Daistina Kuldakar. There we go. I'm getting it. It's taking time. Asmarana Kardakadai. It's that die part that confuses me. The D-A-I part. Asmaranakar. Frick. Now I'm just slimming up. Is that an actual name on a card? Yes, it is. Somebody, when they first started making the set with that card on it, they specifically said, we're never making a card for this character because the name is too long. They were lying just to try and get people hyped up for a character that was mentioned like once years ago as a funny joke. Let's see here. What was I gonna say? I would suggest a desktop to you, Gordon, but they're like... The good ones are $1,000, and you usually have to assemble them yourself. I think I've been able to get it down to $600 before for a good desktop, but that also doesn't come with like a monitor and a mouse. That's another $100 or so, but... I know I'm going to need to yell at you, or you're going to need to yell at me after stream, so if you want, I can shoot you some random things, but that's a lot of money to work with. So... Anyways, Asmo. That character is from the early days of Magic the Gathering, where she was printed on a card. And apparently, basically what the thing was, they said about her, was she made a deal with one of the most powerful demons at the time. And, when they made the deal was like they had to make like they would win a duel with the power of the demon, but they had to cook 1,000 unique dishes. One every day, and they had to come up with them themselves. And of course, this was a death sentence. How do you make 1,000 unique dishes? But somehow Asmo did it. She actually stayed as top chef and learned to make and cook things in unique ways and made a cookbook. And so, of course, it's fitting that there is a card titled The Underworld Cookbook, which allows you to make food tokens. She was originally quoted in a piece of flavor text as the author of a cookbook, and of course people latched onto it. Exactly. Welcome to the fandoms. Basically, any fandom does this. If you adjust one ingredient, is it still classified as unique? I don't know. That is a very good question. Oh yes, Asmo also does grab the cookbook when she comes down, so... Why do you know so much about magic? Is there a school on the game? What the fuck? Easy. You take a meat and swap out the spice every day and then start doing 2 spices at a time and keep going. Sax, the thing is, I was surrounded by people who really enjoyed Magic the Gathering in high school. And I picked it up from them. One of my friends played a Death Shadow deck. It was a very casual version of Death's Shadow. It had things like Swords to Plowshares and Path to Exile in the deck. It used shock lands and dual lands, the original dual lands that are like $1,000 a piece. And so I learned the ins and outs of every interaction, because in order to beat them at their own game, that was how I had to win. Those who's to say I can't throw an egg in a smoker and call it a dish? It's not edible, but it is a dish. You're a huge Vorthos. Well, Jace, what's your opinion on March of the Machine? Because I know, putting that into one set, why did they do that? There's so much going on and they dumbed it down into nothing. Also, speaking of horrible dishes, you know what we need to do? We need to have a cooking show where I make that really horrible, that horrible nacho story. I need to make that. I feel like the mom story was very endgame-ish in the way that they had to kind of cop out in the end. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool idea, but also, like... Garden. I have to now. It's required. This is not going to end well. A cooking contest? Man, could you imagine if we had a cooking competition on the channel where viewers submit their worst good food, like things that look like they shouldn't work together but they actually work, and it's just like a a bracket match. Last one standing gets like $500 or something. Okay, I don't have $500, but still. Hello, TK. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Alright, grocery trip complete, but my cart looks like one of those games where you slide the cars out of the way so the one can cross. I used to play that a lot as a kid. That puzzle game, Rush Hour. A cooking contest for a PC. You know, that would actually be really cool if we had a cooking contest where I built the PC and the winner would get the PC. But the cooking is supposed to be bad, but like bad in a good way, a good flavor. Oh, what was I gonna say? March of the Machines Sax. That's the latest set that they released. It's basically just Magic the Gathering's version of Endgame. It's kind of cheesy. But they introduced a new card type. A completely new card type called Battles. Which have been surprisingly good. Polish, Native, French, Canadian, and American. I could make a monstrosity of a meal. Hold on, I'm gonna check some stuff real quick outside of the stream. Alright, we're good. I think. I still have trauma from that game. What game? Are you talking about the time that I talked about Wasabi Senpai? My niece had me play for the first time, and in my first 3 hands, I had 16 lands on the field. Yikes, that is a high number. Honestly, maybe I need to get like webcam commander night going someday, because game fun. Oh yes, mix marinara sauce and nacho cheese and drop ground beef into it for chili con quesadilla store edition. Fueled by the raid. Screaming in a pain and confusion fueled rage at the thought of a tomato flavored raspberry jelly. I've got the setup, just let me know when. I don't have the setup, which is a small problem. But hey, that's what donations are for, everybody. For more content and getting sneak peek access to behind the scenes BS, blah blah blah. That's too sketchy. I'm not clicking that crane. We're backing this up. I was born to cook but have severe food sensitivities. I do remember the first time I met you in person, we bought pizza and we had to go out of our way to get something else for you. I nearly died drinking pineapple juice in 2021. Memories. Not good ones, but memories nonetheless. How much money do I have right now in this challenge? Are we talking real money on Ko-Fi, or are we talking money on in-game? Because in-game I have $458. We'll be getting more in a second here, because we're gonna be doing the most profitable trip we've ever done. I was not going that fast, at least I didn't mean to be. What the okay, game. Where am I? How many times am I gonna derail now? Well, the good news is, you now actually have a reason to consider getting other types of locomotives. Now that they've made it so that overspeeding actually derails you on sharp curves and BS, I actually like this. I mean, I hate that I'm derailing, but like, nice. What happened to the car speed being higher? The car speed is higher. It's just that this is a 30-meter radius. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they keep derailing. I need to be more careful about it, because I keep thinking, oh, I can full send it. No. No, I can't. Have a nice dirt nap, cars. But yeah, we got $458 right now. Which isn't enough to do what we need to buy, but that's why we're doing our current trip. Every time you have a derailment, I have expect you to say Clyde out of habit. Maybe I should make that my habit. Okay, I thought the tender just flung itself to space. I got very startled there. We're good. We're safe. We're alive. Partially. So, rule of thumb, don't speed on the 30-meter radius. This is a PSA from Stir. To Stir. It was hopper, hopper, beams, lumber, empty. That's the order we're doing it in. Collide, stop taking the wheels off the car. I feel like if Clyde would enjoy... He would enjoy red the most. Of the 5 colors, one of them on their own. Red is definitely his favorite, probably. Definitely, probably. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy. Well, let's go ahead and get some links and pins in these cars. Alright, perfect. Not really. Oh geez, it's past 5 o'clock. I've been streaming for how many hours? Yeesh. I was thinking instead of a burn deck, give Clyde a chaos deck. Give him Chaos Warp, give him Confusion in the ranks. Alright, which one's the flat car and which one's the not? This one's the car we want, right? I think so. Yes, Warp World the man. It works 60% of the time, 100% of the time. Abusing his mouse like a real cat owner. Dorian is in the room, by the way. She's sitting over on a chair on the other corner. Keep her going. Come on, you got this. You got this. Why'd you bind your 12 key to Alt F4 you out of a game? My mouse has 3 buttons. I've bound it so that the forward key goes forward a page, back goes back, and the middle button that says DPI on it is Control plus R. Bob of the Sponge telling you that you're good. You know, I never watched SpongeBob as a kid. I never watched it as an adult. The only time I've ever watched an episode of SpongeBob was in Chicago Union Station. All I remember is that we got a hamburger that had pickles on it, and I hated that hamburger. It tasted horrible. If you're gonna watch Spob, watch seasons 1 through 3 only. The rest ain't worth it. So I hear. That's kind of the case with any good TV show. It starts off funny, it starts off good, and then the company that owns it milks it dry. Oh, I also haven't seen the Mario movie yet. I know that's less of an egregious thing to say, but I have yet to watch the Mario movie. Either that or it never gives enough seasons. See, I think that if it doesn't get enough seasons, that means that it ended off on a high note, and that's good. But it is kind of true that some shows don't get enough seasons, for sure. Owl House be like, exactly! I have not seen Owl House, but I hear it's really good. I've seen some clips here and there, and it looks funny. I haven't seen the Chris Pratt movie. Invader Zim should have been longer, absolutely. There's one show I've heard about recently that I might look into watching, which is Murder Drones. I'm sure you people have probably, at least somebody has heard of it in this chat, but I've been seeing a lot of clips on my recommended list. %85 of SpongeBob. I haven't been eating corn. Liar! I've seen clips of Invader Zim. There's 3 Moxin in this deck. What are you doing? Are you trying to make him vintage burn? Are you insane? Also, I would like to put forth a petition for competitive players to stop calling Affinity Affinity and start calling it Artist Max. Alright. This time I know the train will not derail, so I'm going to go check my switches and make sure we're lined for the right location. Because we aren't. Down here, if I go up to this point, oh, it's a use free Fortune's Flame list. Oh, is this like an actual eat each list? You're giving him like those knockoff Moxen that are not as good as the original, but still terrifyingly powerful. Gotta get those coin flips in, baby. Wait a minute. I want to go over here. I just want to quickly check how much iron is left. We've got 8 pieces of iron left. Okay. So that means we're going up to 18. Chrome, opal, diamond, amber, and tantalite. Oof. I did open an amber recently. Pulled it in you know how they had those showcase arts in Brothers War? I pulled one of those. I spent $40 on the booster box or whatever it is, you know, those little boxes that get you started or whatever. And I pulled 2 cards that are worth over $20. Mox Amber and Mirel Shield of Argive. Excuse me. Pulled opal on 2 separate occasions. One's from Scars and one's from Double Masters. Ooh, nice, nice. Oh, I might have to pause the challenge so that I can eat. Not yet, but like in like an hour or whenever I finish this run. And continue it another day and put it by a donation goal or something. Cause it's been 5 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, break, break. Rolling into town. Oh God, what happened back here? Excuse me? Why did you derail? Game? Well, lesson learned, don't power brake, because otherwise you're going to kill the entire frickin' train. uh... Yeah, I think food is kind of important. Just a little bit. Those are rookie numbers. I need to bump them up. What? 5 hours is rookie? If you want to unrookie them, donate $250 and I'll continue the stream running for the rest of the day until I finish this run. Starting to think this is Derail Valley Online. With how I run the trains, it might be. Did I put a link and pin on this side? Please tell me I did. I didn't. We did now. Good. Link. So now, where is the last stake flat? Here it is. It's just upside down. I think I re-railed the car and it made me look another direction, and I got disoriented. We're good, we're good. What the heck?
Thank you. Thank you.
Want to come on over? Yeah, you can go up there. That's okay. There she goes. Cat has returned. Which I know is going to make some people very happy. I'm not sure who here was hyped for the cat. I think Sax left. Clyde isn't here. Insert the moist critical woo clip here. You know what, we need a soundboard. I need to get a soundboard for the stream so that I can do that. Oh, come on. Why'd it kick the car, but it's not rolling itself? Ow. Ah. Stir finding fun ways to get DMCA. What are you talking about? Me getting DMCA?
Mamma mia!
I don't know if Nintendo would DMCA me for something that small, but... Alright, how's this looking? Yeah, that'll unload. Alright, we have a tender handbrake on. It's off. Let's roll! Apparently, Mamma Mia literally translates to my mother. So we now have voice clips from iconic video game characters saying "my mother" and "your mother." Interesting. Fun fact of the day that you totally didn't need to know, but we told you anyway. Cat cam is epic. See, Clyde's likes the cat cam. I knew he was going to return and comment on that. Alright, we're rolling into town. This might be the last time we stop at the iron mine. Emphasis on might. I haven't done the math, but... Yeah, this is the last time we need to stop here. May not be the last time we actually stop here, but... Oh, wait, we have to stop here one more time. Wait, do we? I don't know. We might have to stop here one more time to drop off an iron ore hopper. Have any of you guys heard of the Junction Diner in Chicago? Nope, that's a new one to me. Still got all our cars. Let's roll. They're a diner that serves you your food via model trains. I've always loved that idea. Could you imagine a G-scale train coming out to you with a pizza slice on it? Okay, maybe I have something I need to do with my house. The literal gravy train. There's a small chain of restaurants like that in Europe as well. Sounds about right. This just made me think of like the extreme version of this. There's two ways you can take this. One is an N-gauge train bringing around candies for people to eat. And the other is you have a legitimate 15-inch gauge or narrow gauge railroad where there's just like a kitchen inside of it and somebody's microwaving meals as they drive around. And they stop at stations and they pass you the stuff and murmur. A bunch of models of food that you pick up at a log flat. We're gonna have somebody mod in the Coraline train. We're gonna show DoorDash web for. That would honestly be really cool if there was like a giant building with food delivery and like this little train network that delivers the food right to your door. I'm not sure how practical of an idea that would be, but I don't care. It's cool. Anyway, side note, sanity check. How's everybody doing today? Is that a sanity check? I don't know. I don't care. I'm calling it a sanity check. I am no longer sane. Clyde, we already knew that. Don't worry. Strep throat, it's no fun. You know what, let's bring up a fun little story to liven up chat. Did you know that you can get strep in your thumb? Because I didn't, until my father got it somehow. Strep thumb, baby. His thumb had turned pitch black, and there's a little flab of skin that was falling off. He needed constant antibiotics for a while. It was not fun. He was hospitalized. Mostly because they didn't actually know what it was at first until they finally figured out it was strep, because, like, what? Strep in the thumb? Since when does this happen? Yeah, there you go. A fun little small strep story. Woke up with it about 5 days ago, and it really hurt towards the middle of work, such that I was starting to feel physically weak from the pain of swallowing. Jesus. Ugh. It's no fun. My throat hurts too, but I think it was because I was talking over a loud-ass diesel locomotive the other day. That's understandable. A few days ago, I almost passed out when my muscle in my arm got hurt. Oof. Eef. Well, if we're going to tell fun medical stories, what? My mom used to work at a jail as a nurse. One of the stories she brought home one day was a guy who had a boil on his back. They gave him the usual treatment, you know? Which is, they have these little hot packets that have like a penny in them, and you crack on them, and that, for some reason, creates a ton of heat. I don't know the exact science behind it. It's really cool. But, Smokey, you came back in time for a horribly cursed story. In the middle of one day, this convict, he decides that instead of waiting for the hot pack to do its thing and to heal him and to save him, he decides, why don't I pop it with a fork? So he pops it with a fork. And these are forks at a prison. They are not very clean. And so he gets rushed into the office after having popped this boil, and they take a look at him, and they realize, wait, he's actually okay, but just in case, we're going to keep an eye on him for the next few days. Day 1, everything's fine. He popped the boil, no problem. Day 2, everything's fine. It's starting to heal over. Day 3, he's escorted out of the building in a stretcher, screaming as if he's dying. Because apparently, overnight, this is in the middle of the night, by the way, at like midnight or 2 a.m., something like that. In the middle of the night, it came back. But it didn't come back at the same size that it was before. You know, it was like the size... The old one was like the size of a small screw. That was the size of the white cap. It was not pleasant, but it wasn't bad. The new one... His entire back was blood red, and the cap was the size of a quarter. They were taking him out on a stretcher because he needed emergency surgery. So a pro tip, folks, don't pop boils with a frickin' fork. So there's a fun story. I feel like I've told that before, but I don't really care because it's still disgusting as all hell, and I hate it and I love it because it makes everybody else hate me for telling it. Yeah, especially a prison fork. Like, why a prison fork of all things? JHR, welcome back to the stream. You just missed the worst story possible. Good thing you missed it. Thank God. One person didn't have to hear that. Basically, the only thing that I think you've missed is that I said that if somebody, like, donated $250, I'd continue streaming, but after this run, I mean, I've been streaming for 6 hours. I would love to continue streaming, but at the same time, it might be reasonable to stop and call it quits for the day and, do something else. But if somebody wants to persuade me with money, I am willing to be persuaded. Aside from that, we had a bunch of derailments on 30-meter curves, because apparently I'm really bad at judging my speed around those things. I don't know, we're doing rails here. We're heading to the coal mine next. Then we're gonna follow it up with a run of raw iron. Bribery. Commit bribery and subscribery. I don't know why that idea just came into my head, but I like it. I'm using that from here on out. Alright, we're ready to hit the road, and we're visiting the coal mine for the first time ever on this playthrough. What about murder? If you murder me, I can't stream. Just saying. That caboose is not happy. And that train is a runaway. Oh, that would have been so sick if I had made that jump. No. Alright, we're teleporting ahead of the train to pick up that caboose again. Ah, that would have been so good. The curves will murder me? No, the curves did murder me. Thank you very much. Alright, brakes on full. Reg off. Because if I turn the reg on while going backwards, I'm just going to kill the train. Brake on full. What's my view on the UP412-2s? I don't really know him that well, so I don't have much of a comment on him. If any at all. They're big, they're interesting, but I'm more the kind of guy that's into, like, 060s, 262s, that sort of vibe. Okay, what are the number thingies? The number thingies is the white notation wheel arrangement. There is anywhere between 2 and 5 numbers depending on the locomotive. Sometimes there's more. It's very rare. It's typically 3. Or sorry, not 2 and 5. 3 and 5. The first number is the pilot truck, which helps guide the locomotive into curves. The middle numbers are the amount of driving wheels. If there's multiple middle numbers, they're split into multiple sections. And the last number is the trailing truck, which makes a smoother ride for the engineer and also allows the engine to be slightly longer. The numbers are how many wheels are in each segment. So a 4, 12, 2 would have 4 wheels in the front, 12 wheels to drive the train, and 2 wheels at the very back. Wait a minute. How did we end up on this track? What the feck? Bigger trailing trucks also helped accommodate bigger fireboxes as engines got bigger. That is true. So the engine here, for instance, this is a 2. There's 2 wheels at the front. 8 wheels to drive, and 0 because there's 0 wheels back here. Now you might notice that there's wheels back here on the engine, but this is the tender, which is qualified differently, and usually you don't count the tender as part of the engine when figuring out its wheel arrangement. It gets really weird, though, because, like, if an engine doesn't have pilot or trailing wheels but has 2 sets of driving wheels, they can be qualified as, like, an 0660. And there's tank engines, which are engines that don't have a tender, usually, so... well then, what's my view of the weird 3-cylinder 080s with Franklin boosters? I have no clue. I am smart enough to know some trains, I'm not smart enough to know all trains. There were a few engines with drive wheels under the tender, specifically, cough cough, the 28884. Or the 28882, but those things were absolutely batshit insane. Wasn't their top speed 15 miles an hour? Like, they could haul, but not fast. And there's also the Garretts, but the Garretts are British, so we don't care about that. I do remember getting confused when I called the 010OT and 064OT. Yeah, that's because those driving wheels were so spaced apart. Like, if we look at the driving wheels on this train, you'll notice that the 2 in the middle are closer than the 2 on the outsides, or the pairs on the outsides. So, that is a kind of confusing element occasionally, but... little bit of Google, little bit of research, you can figure out anything. The gap on that engine was like 10 feet. Yeah, that is understandable. Tender boosters are interesting to me. Tender boosters? I don't think I know tender boosters. That's mainly because they're blind, or so they can get away with having them close. Yeah, they are blind drivers. That is true. And blind drivers, I guess I should mention that, wheels on the train, they have little flanges on them that hold them to the tracks. Hold them between the rails, right? Well, blind drivers don't have that, and that allows you to have more wheels for more tractive effort, but it allows the train to handle sharper curves. So the middle wheels on this train are blind, so that it can do that, but... Little fun fact. Thoughts on camelbacks? Those things look so weird. I don't like them, really. They're like... They're cool, they're interesting, but also they're ugly, and they were very bad for engineers. Like, you're literally sitting in the middle of a boiler. Maybe not in the middle of it, but on the side of the middle of the boiler. Heat stroke, heat stroke, heat stroke, OSHA violations for days. I said I was gonna get some food. I did say I was gonna get some food soon. I never said when. I have an entire book on why those things were a bad idea. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I should have taken a screenshot sooner. That was such a beautiful shot. Oh. There were some railroads here in the North Americas that looked at Garrett's but never committed to them. There were 2 that were used in the UK, and they're with the rest being used elsewhere. African and Aussie were big fans. Yes, exactly. There is a Garrett here in the United States. It's in Texas. It's privately owned. It's 2-foot gauge. Somebody mentioned this on stream a while back. So that's a fun little fact for the day. Can't violate OSHA if OSHA doesn't exist? That's where you're wrong, kiddo. We can still violate OSHA. They can't stop us. The UP9000s that were built for the OW and RN were equipped with the Franklin and Bethlehem tender boosters upon delivery. I still don't know what those boosters do or what they even are. Which, I mean, I don't know why I'm reading chat about that, because it wasn't even aimed at me, but still. Talking standard gauge Garretts in regards to the 2 that were used by the UK. There were the banking engines. I remember those ones, but yeah, they were more common in narrow gauge than they were in standard. Basically, small pistons on the first tender truck. That's interesting. That's kind of a fascinating idea. I'm surprised I haven't heard about those before. Here's an interesting potential addition to the Steel Pegasus rules, an MOW train that needs to be run periodically. Excuse me. The thing about Steel Pegasus is, it's supposed to make things harder, but not necessarily, like, to change the way you play the game lightly, but not too heavily. There's a lot of rules, but there's a lot of ones I omitted, too. The maintenance away stuff I've kind of left out, because I feel like some people would really hate doing it. I'll probably consider making a variant of it that has more strict rules, but also some more maintenance away rules. But the problem is figuring out how to make a maintenance away train a reasonable thing to constantly run, you know? How do you make that work? I just realized we might have to extend the track back here, because I don't think we have enough space to unload. I'm gonna go check before we ram into the bumper at the end of the line. Oh yeah, we totally do not have enough space back here. I'm gonna make this easy on myself. Let's go with bridge type 2. We'll go for 44.4 meters. 7.3 meters of ballast. 1 bumper. And several dead trees. Welcome back, Johnny. Welcome back. Boosters were generally started and stopped via having the reverser hooked up at a certain point, and were only ever operated up to a certain speed, otherwise they could have broken. Makes sense. 15 miles an hour. That's not much speed. Did you miss anything else? I mean, we derailed a couple of times around sharp curves. I don't know if you're there for that. It's kind of hard to keep track of where everyone was at what time. But I might wrap up stream kind of soon. It depends. It mostly depends on how fast I can get this train done versus how fast, or if somebody is willing to donate to keep the show going. But since we've been going for almost 6 hours now, and so my deal here is I'm going to have to end the stream and continue this another day unless somebody donates $250. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 44.49 is a trailing truck booster. Ooh, I'm going to have to check that out. Because this weekend, I'm heading down. I'm gonna go to the museum because we're riding behind the train again. I'll have to take a peek. I've been living in a cardboard box. I am fortunately not completely poor, so I've ordered some cool stuff, but I figure part of the reason I'm looking for the donation for this sort of thing is because I'm thinking I should get more channel art. Because the thing Matzo did, amazing. She's burnt out right now and not really willing to do more, but I know some more friends who are very willing to do commissions and could make some good art for the stream or for the channel in general. Have I ever been to Rail Giants? I don't think so. Name does not sound familiar to me. Oh no. I've screwed up. No. Oh. This is a problem. Actually inspired you to do channel art for your channel. Nice. I just realized I screwed up though because I was supposed to only deliver 1 car of beams to the coal mine. I delivered 2. That is a difference between life and death. Okay, not literally, but like figuratively. It is a massive mistake. Oh no, how am I gonna fix this? I legitimately don't know how I'm gonna fix this. How much money do I have? I have $1,364. I can always spawn in additional loads. I can't. They removed that feature. And that would be cheating anyways. I'm trying to not cheat on this. I could go into Railroad Studio and cheat it into the other place, but like, that also feels like cheating. I've made a mistake. I should try and fix it the legit way, you know? Have I ever watched Emperor of the North? No, I have not. Of course I've heard about it. I've seen memes about it, and the absolutely batshit insane villain who tries and kills people. Respectable. Pain. Did you come back right around the end of stream? Depends, Sax. Do you have $250? You probably did come back around the end of stream. I'm gonna reverse the train. I'm going to pull it all the way to the other side of the map, and I'll probably call it there. I mean, even if somebody does donate, I need to take a break to eat dinner, so like I could take a break, come back in a couple of minutes or like an hour. Do I get $350 if I donate $250? What the heck is that supposed to mean? 103 free dollars? I don't think that's how this works. I think Chris Eden Green described it as a movie made by a bunch of guys playing on a railroad. Gotta say that's an accurate summation of it. That does sound about right. Remember, kids, proper nutrition and hydration are important. I'll pay you if you pay me. That's not the point of the donation, so no. Speaking of hydration, I haven't actually drank anything in a while. Been a hot minute. Here's a glass of water. I own a DVD copy of the movie and you really like it. You know, maybe this is something. Maybe I need to have like movie nights for my Ko-Fi subscribers. Hold on. Game. Please. Why is the caboose stuck in the tender? No. Off. Is it still linked? Shouldn't be. It's still linked. Okay, there's my problem. There we go. I've been working on that Minecraft thing I told you about all stream long, so maybe you should take a break since I have... Since you have what now? I should put up a donation goal and like incentives that will make the game harder if people donate. I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about putting up a speedrun donation goal thing where like every time somebody does a certain thing, I have to follow a new rule. Be a fun idea. I'm running a maintenance of way train and things have gone poorly. I now have a snowplow running amok on the main line. Oh boy. Movie night for Ko-Fi on Discord? That sounds fun. Maybe that's something for supporters to have as well. Well, that's the idea, Clyde. Is like, well, maybe supporters as well, potentially, maybe. I was thinking subscribers mainly, but maybe I'd need to have like actually petition out like different tiers. For donators. "10 Mile yeeted itself on a straight level track." The 10 Mile has had some funky collisions for a while now. Clyde, glad you got that fixed. Yeah, he got his new computer. And he was gonna join me today, and then I decided that, hey, I'm gonna do a stream that's solo. After the stream, by the way, I'm probably going to rearrange my computer a little bit. Part of the case is facing, like, there's a lot of ventilation for the case, but... Is it bad if your computer is hotter than the firebox? Yes, because if your firebox is at 400 degrees. Whether or not that's Fahrenheit or Celsius, it doesn't matter. If your computer is hotter than that, your computer is toast. What the heck? I don't like these tender physics. Why do they derail so frickin' easily? It's like I'm running at a very slow speed. What else do you want from me? Why do you derail in half a second? Okay. It's linked. Pull it forwards. Saw a meme a few weeks back that had a Railroad Online screenshot, and Railroads Online was supposed to be the chosen one, and the incoherent. Oh, it's that meme of Anakin. You were supposed to be the chosen one. Incoherent screeching, or "I hate you" was the line that he says in the movie. I mean, there's always local shortline operations. Firebox temperatures can exceed 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Jesus criminy. Well, if you ever need any cremation services, go down to the museum Heist works at and ask them for a free ride. One of those Trek War films. Fun fact, do you guys want another story? I ask this as if it's a question. I know the answer. The answer is going to be yes, but... Today on K37 Kitchen. God. Depends on the story. Let's go for another cursed one. Nah, it's not cursed. I don't remember if I told the story of how I got my username. Handbrake off. We are ready to roll. It's a really stupid story, but always fun to share, you know? This cat is different? No, the lighting's different, Sax. It's still Durian.
There you go. Thank you.
You told me when I met you, but it's been years. So... the year is 2015. I'm going to mock trial. My voice is dead. I have a sickness. I have an illness. And while I'm at the mock trial, I decide to still go through with it, even though it sounds like I'm about to die. Some of the judges at the mock trial say, you know, your voice sounded kind of raspy. Maybe you should be try to work on your courage. And I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry, that's not courage. I'm just sick. And I have to explain this in both the first and second rounds. The third round doesn't happen because it was only 2 rounds. It was a casual event. And after the event, we go to a pizza party at a bar. Everybody gets 1 slice of pizza. It's really stupid. It's really boring. And what happened? Right. I exchanged my Steam account with somebody else. I shared it with them. And we added each other on Steam, and we talked a little bit about the games we play, and I'm gonna get a screenshot because this is a good spot to do so. Screenshot noise intensifies. As we're in the pizza party, we're watching TV. And on TV, Batman is playing. Specifically, the movie where Bane does stuff. The modern-ish movie where Bane exists and does things. And I don't remember what exactly was going on in the movie, but I do remember one thing. It's 2015. And if you know anything about movies in 2015, a certain one came out around that time. And of course, it's a Disney property, meaning that, of course, every ad slot on TV was taken up by an advertisement for this movie, and it was almost always the same advertisement. And in case you're wondering, it's Star Wars: The Force Awakens. So we're sitting there, and every time that Star Wars shows up on the TV, I point it out. Like, oh my god, guys, it's Star Wars. Guys, I think they've got a new Star Wars movie coming out soon. It looks pretty cool. Oh, guys, look at this. It's Star Wars. And every time that it comes on screen, I keep getting more and more delusional with how I point it out. Eventually sort of making guttural throat sounds that's kind of sounds like Star Wars. Oh no, it wasn't a voice crack. I just said Star Wars. Like, replace the A's with E's both times. And when I got home, I'm like, you know what? That was a funny moment, and since I was hanging with my friends, let's commemorate that moment forever. And so I named myself Star Wars, and made my profile picture on Steam a stormtrooper with those like MLG glasses from that sort of time period. And from there, over the years, it just sort of evolved. Stir Wars was a little bit lengthy to say. People started calling me Stir, and eventually I made the capitalization weird and edgy. I don't know why, it's stuck with me ever since. The pixel glasses, I assume? Yes, the pixelated glasses, like the sunglasses that you'd see everybody put on their characters when they did something cool in YouTube in like 2010. Is this the origin story of the Stir name? Yes. Yes, it is. I always thought it was a railroad acronym. Nope. It's just Stir. I've considered changing it a few times, but like, I don't really care to. It's a good enough name. It gets the job done. It's identifiable. It's me. It works. Though we do have some fun railroad acronyms that I can also share, but none of them were train related. I've been Stir for years. Fun fact, this channel in the past has blown up before. I have a video with over 1 million views. I need to change my username. Doesn't roll off the tongue as good as Bunny Warlord, but the bunny thing doesn't work anymore. F. I know I've come up with some clever usernames before that I've used. Like Slammo, for instance. I actually have a username that for Twitch, just to fuck with people on Twitch. It's so funny. I blew up my channel. What bomb did I use? I use, what's it called? I used, just Shapes and Beats. My little sister watched your Splatoon stuff religiously. I can still have some recordings of Splatoon. I have some of the Splatfest from this weekend. I can record, like, upload those, honestly. I'm people on Twitch. Yeah, I got a recording of the Splatfest of some tricolor battles. Those were fun. The only problem with the Splatoon videos, in my opinion, is I was going for quantity over quality, and like pumping out those videos way too much and not really making them interesting or stand out. I'm glad to hear somebody enjoyed him, but it's always interesting seeing people who used to watch my old content, because it's kind of cool to see the people who have lasted through the ages and the years. Because there's some people who got here from just Shapes and Beats, some from Geometry Dash, some from me doing whatever the heck I want, some from Train Game, some from Splatoon. What is my 1 million video of? It's of just shapes and beats, speed hacked, so... we have to play Splatoon again, mostly to document the hammers. Getting hammered, ASMR, not clickbait. Oh, you're gonna kill me for that one. Yeah, there is always a lot of weird overlap. So one of the things that I find interesting is that a lot of the time people who come from older stages are like, yeah, I like your content then, but nowadays I still like what you're doing. I may not be as interested in it as I was back then, but... Got sent here by my Railroads Online YouTube shorts. I need to record more of those, honestly. Because, like, I haven't done them in a hot minute, and with the new update, you know, it's like, oh, there's all this cool lighting. Yeah, well, why haven't you used it yet? The Ultra Stamp was the foundation of our friendship. It was the foundation of Nico Need Depletion. You know, maybe after stream I'll record a couple of those and upload them, like a bunch of them, on Wednesday. I remember what Discord server I met you on, but I don't remember how long ago that was. That would have been... Pollard, that's so long ago at this rate. It's been like 6 to 8 years. Honest, I'm trying to remember, when would it have been? Maybe 2017? I think it would have been 2017 that I joined that server. And immediately dunked on everyone by having the most Splatoon hours. I just noticed the railroad acronym. It's a good acronym. I love it. Somebody suggested to me that suggested me this railroad name when we were talking about the playthrough that we're doing, the Pegger playthrough. Like, hey, what railroad names do you guys have? And this was one of the suggestions, and I really like the Lost. It's good. The epic 3-locomotive crash from the last Pegger episode would make a fantastic short. A 3-locomotive crash. I don't remember 3-locomotive crash from Pegger. Are you thinking about the live stream where we had the doubleheader that accidentally rammed into the Cook Mogul that was parked? Because that would make a great short. Was it the OG Railroads Online? No, Pollard I met from another YouTuber server many, many years ago. It was like... somebody who did Smash Bros. Content in Splatoon. I remember the guy's name. I remember that a lot of people kind of hate him now because of something that he did, and he doesn't upload anymore anyways, but... what is everyone's railroad names? Outside of the stream, so we have the Central Atlantic and Union, we have the Lone Oak Southern Transit, we have the Port Emily and Gananoque, the Lunar Ridge Log Company, the, Silver Hills and Ruby Tower, and off-stream, Tearbridge and Albany, Malda Eastern, Skyline Valley. That crash was epic. It reminded me of my worst crash ever. That crash was such a funny way to end off stream. Like, we had done so good. Nobody had derailed for like an hour or 3, and all of a sudden, bang! I love the Shart. It's a good name. I've gotten really good at figuring out how to name railroads. Honestly, I've been thinking of making like a name generator where I put a bunch of town names together. Or like a name combiner where I give the people a bunch of elements to make names with or something. Could be fun. This is my piss cup because I left the train on the main. Technically, I didn't leave the train on the main line. Technically. I just forgot to set the train to go to the main line. Highballing with 20 powers. 20 powers hoppers and slamming into 10 parked cars generally results in 2 hours of cleanup and some epic screenshots. I had one really funny moment on the Skyline Valley. I was running my Cook Consolidation, top speed, flying through a yard. I forgot I had left a single car on the main line. It was a stake flat. Fortunately for me, my train was way heavier. And so it didn't derail, but that one car, I just got punted like a child in a football stadium. It went flying. I think it jumped across the yard. It was great. It was a mistake. It was a missile stake. The missile knows where it is by knowing where it isn't. Weird, interesting. I was running loaded coal hoppers. I was running through the spawn yard area on a vanilla map. That's what happened to me. Oh man, I'm gonna have to welcome people onto the Discord. Have I seen all the AI videos of the missile voice? I don't think I have. I remember you sent me that one that's like, what the fuck did you just say about me, you little piece of missile? Did you know if you kick a small dog off a very tall mountain, it'll fly about 5 football fields, give or take? That is a very weird, specific thing to comment on. Give it up for hour 6. Knows where it isn't. It knows this by subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or from where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater. Speaking of mountain railroading, I need to make that next map. I really do. You know, maybe I need to take a week off where I edit one video that's like a small video, and then I focus on making custom maps to play with people. And also just have some time off to myself. Am I exited for Railroader? Absolutely. I don't know how it's going to play out, but it's going to be way different to this, and I think it'll be fun. Why is the caboose derailed? That was not that much of a... Mountain one? Yes, I'm thinking about the mountain playthrough, because I'm thinking... in order to make things interesting, I'm thinking of having a higher tier on Ko-Fi for subscribers, and starting a playthrough with subscribers who are on that higher tier. And just playing through this sort of map and letting anyone do what they want, you know? Like, I'm not really in control. I'm more just there to help record and have fun, but... and maybe suggest things and try and improve it, but... Is there any viable locations in the mountains to the west side of the map to place an industry? I feel like the west side is very underutilized. There are. If you want, I can show off the spaces that I know about that I'm thinking of putting industries on to end off this stream, because we're almost done with this run, and I assume nobody's donated the $250 request to continue streaming, so... I guess that's how we'll end a stream. I'll talk about the current plan for this, and we'll see how it goes. Does the cat need a revival? It looks like it needs some 5-hour energy.
Thank you.
There, she's been revived. Are you happy? I would donate, but that would completely drain my new PC fund. Yeah, that's understandable. Yes, cat's revived. And I do remember that I said that with a large enough donation I would consider doing a stream-a-thon, so even if we can't do it for this stream, we might wind up doing something fun. I have a crippling debt of $2. Oh no! Not $2. We're actually sitting on some good money right now in game. $1,664. That's like decent cash. I'm impressed. Now, we're going to have to put off this finishing this playthrough to another day, obviously, unfortunately, but somebody get that man a $2 bill. Have we lost any cars? It doesn't look like we have. Alright, perfect. Trivia question. Anybody know what's on the back of a $2 bill? Let's find out. And startle the cat in the process. I'm gonna look. Oh, interesting. Okay. I thought it was gonna be a building. I won't spoil it in case somebody wants to answer the question, but I was expecting a building, not a historical event. Alright, we'll park the train on this side of the bridge. Yes, I am still live. The stock? Why the two O's? I don't know how to pronounce this. We are, in fact, still live. Yes, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Alright, Lone Oak Southern. Save. Yes, I want to override. And I want to quickly show off to end the stream here, I want to quickly show off, using Rails Online Extended, some of the spots that I have been considering using. Player list. I have been considering using for the Mountaineer map. So we are cheating right now. I'm not playing the game. I'm not trying to play the game. I'm just trying to show off stuff. So, on this side of the mountain, there's 2 good spots I know of. Spot number 1 is this area right here. It's relatively flat and there isn't much space. But there's enough space for a small industry like a mine or something. So this is spot number 1. Getting up here is going to be very difficult. But you can see it's reasonably flat. It was a typo, but I went with it, and now it's just how it be. That is honestly understandable. The stock. I guess I'm just gonna say whichever one I feel like in the moment. It ain't much, but here, hey, it's something. It's something. Every little bit counts, you know. Over here, there's another good spot. This ledge is relatively flat. Not completely flat. If you look, you can see that there's some, hold on, I'm gonna set it to noon real quick, and we're gonna set it to clear skies. I would do more, but I don't want to drain my card. Understandable. Completely valid. This area isn't the flat area I'm thinking of. This area is a little too rugged. It was a little farther down. Right around... where is it? Hold on. Did I pass it already? I passed it already. I have to have passed it already. This little ledge area, though, is like perfect for fitting in a small little industry of some kind. Little yard. Put the ironworks up here or something. And obviously there's this little area where the freight depot is on this map. But this area up here, there's barely any room to put anything, but you could fit another like mine industry up here, and it's very flat. So those are the areas that I've been considering doing on this side of the map that are like up in the mountains for that kind of stuff. There's also this area up here is actually elevated. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see that the ground goes up here. On the west side of the map, there was another spot I knew of, but I don't remember where it is. That plateau could be a possible place for stockyards. Exactly, it could be. Well, it's obviously where the logging camp normally is, but you can make a wild documentary of people running trains while you get in nice shots. I read that as rice shots. I'm like, rice? What the heck does rice have to do with any of this? This is actually a oh, no, this isn't as flat as I thought it was. Never mind. Oh, yes, over here. It's really hard to see from up here, but if you look, there is, in fact, a hill here. And I was thinking of putting a logging camp on top of this. How about two iron mines on a custom map? The smelter is quite cordwood hungry, and the single iron mine doesn't produce anywhere near enough iron. In my experience, the single iron mine has produced enough iron, but it's not like enough iron to match. It's more like enough iron to meet, I guess. The flat area that's lower in elevation and it is in front of the iron mine. I used that on the original map, actually. I'm considering doing it because it is a weird location. I know what you're talking about. It is right here. This area. It's a little bit of flat ground down here. You can fit in like a freight depot in a really awkward position, but still, this is a good area to consider. There's also the flat spot above the iron mine. I'm still game for a custom app where the smelter and ironworks are one big industry. I might do that. It is something to be considered. Well, with that, I forgot to stop the timer. I'm gonna have to look back through this stream and figure out how much time I've wasted on this specifically. This is gonna be fun. For every 1,000 iron, you need 4,000 cordwood, but cordwood is quick and easy to run, while iron is heavy and needs bigger locomotives, unless you use 2% like me. That is true. But the heavy part is the uphill, or the heavy part is the downhill part, isn't it? So, yeah. Well, with that all said and done, we've dropped a save. It turns out dinner is ready for me. I need to go eat. So, thank you all for joining today. It's been a blast. I'm surprised. A Monday stream? Like, we've had a really good stream for this being on a Monday. It's 6 hours and 45 minutes. Jesus. So, I will see you all around, and hopefully we'll have a video out this weekend. Maybe on the stream. That'd be fun, if I could edit down the stream in time. But I will see you all next time. Have a good one, folks.